I have 52 on
In the attendee.
Right, you can begin, Representative Major.
oh, thank you. Okay, as chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to the executive order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a joint Ways and Means Committee economic briefing. Please note there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available to the House Clerk and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House Rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Ford, wave, Jennifer, and Christopher Shea from the LBA. Christopher. And please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. So, Representative Bernstein, if you would, as clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's start with our friends in the Senate. Senator Gary Daniels. Senator Gary Daniels. Senator Bob Guida.
Senator Guide is here alone in my home in Marlin, New Hampshire.
Senator Hennessy. Senator Hennessy. Senator Rosenwald.
Hi, Cindy Rosenwald from Nashua. I'm in my home alone.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Hi, Senator Lou D'Alessandro. I'm at my home in Manchester and I'm alone.
Thank you. And let's move to the House. Representative Abrami.
Alone in Stratham in my home.
Representative Griffin. Representative Griffin, I see her on the call.
She may have forgotten how to sign in.
Representative Griffin, if you press *6, that will unmute you so you can speak with the committee.
We will come back to Representative Griffin once I see her unmuted. Representative,
Thank you.
Oh, there you are. Good morning, Mary. Representative O'Leary.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, terrific. Representative Ober. Representative Ober. Representative Doucette. Representative Doucette. Representative Burstein is your clerk, and I'm here in Nottingham, New Hampshire, in my home office by myself. Representative Elliott. Representative Elliott. Representative Janigian.
Very close, hard G, Janigian.
Janigian, thank you.
I'm here in Salem, New Hampshire with my wife and daughter somewhere in the house.
Very good. Representative Nunez.
Good morning. I'm here and I'm home alone in Pelham, New Hampshire.
Representative Baxter. Representative Baxter. Representative Spilsbury. Representative Spilsbury. I see you on the call. *6 if you're on the phone. Walter, are you there? Representative Tudor.
Here in Northwood in the Soul alone.
Representative Almy. Unmute yourself. Representative Almy, you're muted.
Sorry. Home alone in in Lebanon, and Representative Ducey just showed up.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ames.
Yeah, this is Representative Ames in Jaffrey, alone in my home office.
Representative Southworth.
See if I'm unmuted. Representative Southworth, I'm home alone in Dover.
Representative Malloy. Representative Malloy. Representative Schamberg.
Representative Schamberg here in Wilmot, and I'm home alone.
Representative Tucker.
Representative Tucker, I'm home alone in Randolph, New Hampshire.
Representative Gomarlo.
Representative Gomarlo in Swansea, and I'm home alone. Thank you.
Representative Loftman.
It's Representative Lockman in Hampton with my 2 kids.
Representative Gorg.
Here in Lee in my home office by myself.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Good morning, Representative Hacken Phillips, present here in my office in Concord alone.
Representative Murphy.
Good morning, Representative Murphy here in Hanover with my wife and daughter elsewhere in the home.
Representative Major.
Good morning. I'm here in Plasto, and my wife is in the house with me.
Representative Doucette.
Good morning, Representative Doucette on my mobile device.
Awesome. I'm showing there's 22 of us here and there are 6 absent.
Representative Burstein, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I just noticed that Senator Daniels was in the attendee side and I just promoted him.
Terrific. Senator Daniels, are you here? Senator Daniels, hit on mute and tell me you're here. Say good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it took a long time getting in. Thank you. I'm here in Milford and I'm alone.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, we have 23 here, 5 absent.
All right, we'll get started. We have a very busy 2 days of listening to different speakers that affect the economy and which will have an effect on our revenues. And we're here to ultimately come up with revenue projections to give to our friends that are in the finance committee so we can they'll know what the limit is for spending for the budget. We're going to start off today with Michael Kane from the LBA. Michael Kane currently serves as the legislative budget assistant for the state of New Hampshire. Michael has served as the LBA since September of 2015, has been employed by the office since 1999, serving in multiple capacities, including deputy LBA, senior budget officer, and budget officer. Before coming to New Hampshire, Michael was employed by the Massachusetts House of Representatives as a budget analyst in the House Ways and Means Committee, which is their appropriations. Michael holds a master's in public administration from Suffolk University and a bachelor's degree from Merrimack College. Michael, you're on.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
And before you start, Michael had provided us with a 2-page handout, so I'm sure he'll be referring to that.
Yes, good morning. For the record, my name is Michael Kane. I'm the Legislative Budget Assistant. I am here in my home in Warner, New Hampshire. I will actually turn and share my screen in a moment, which will go over the document, which was emailed and also posted on the website. Quickly, I was going to go over our role. The Legislative Budget Assistant has 2 divisions, the Budget Division and the Audit Division. The House Ways and Means Committee, Senate Ways and Means Committee, and then the House and Senate Finance Committees really work with our Budget Division, which has a Deputy LBA, Chris Shea, which will be assisting the Ways and Means and Capital Budget Committees of both the House and the Senate, as well as the Senior Budget Officer, Mike Hoffman, and then budget analysts, Nancy Levinas, Kevin Ripple, and Mickey Landergan, who assist the Finance Committee as they develop the budget. As you know, the governor's budget is released on February 15th. At that point, the House and Senate Finance Committees begin their budget process. But as far as an official kickoff of the legislative budget session, typically these joint economic briefings are the first step in developing a balanced budget for the next biennium. The next biennium being the 22 and 23 fiscal year 22 and 23 biennial budget. Typically, after the joint economic briefings, the House Ways and Means Committee, since the House does have first possession of the budget, the House Ways and Means Committee will develop revenue estimates after meeting with various economists, various agency staff, and they provide their best estimate of general and education trust fund, fish and game, and highway fund revenue to the House Finance Committee. As Representative Major stated, House Finance then uses that as the baseline as they develop a budget. The state, pursuant to statute, is required to pass a balanced budget for the biennium. So the revenue estimates are very important and a very important piece of the House Finance development of the budget. There's also constant interaction between Chris Shea in our office and myself, as well as the chairs of the Ways and Means Committee and the chair of the Finance Committee to go over what you're seeing on the revenue side at Ways and Means so that the House can adjust their appropriations accordingly. I know you have DRA coming at 9:30. I'm going to share my screen right now, and I'm going to just ask in one moment. So you should be able to see our website for the Office of Legislative Budget Assistant. Can you see that? Okay. And I'd like to take you through kind of how to get to the document you are today. First, this is a good resource, we believe, to kind of keep up to date on the status of the budget process as we go through. In the budget division, you can see we have a couple drop downs. One of the drop downs being budget and revenue documents. And we have various operating budgets all the way back to the 98, 99 timeframe, as well as an operating capital budget document page back to 2002, 2011, which will show you basically the beginnings, the orientations, as well as straight through the agency budget process, et cetera. If I just put on 2021 real quick, you can see we'll have a wealth of information here on the various versions of the budget as it goes through. One of the most important documents that we do develop is called the surplus statement. The surplus statement, which provides the estimated revenue as well as the appropriations as approved by the various bodies to show the public and show the members so they can vote on a balanced budget plan. I'm going to take you to revenue documents. This is a new page on our website, and Chris Shea has worked to put up this this specific revenue page. I think it's important. We separated our revenue page out so it's a little less complicated, but easier to find, especially in this remote environment. We think we should have a unique page. But you can see various, if you want to go back, you can see various 20 and 21 May revenue estimates that the committee had during that process, as well as revenue updates that you received as early, soon back as November 2020. Senate Ways and Means, also any documents that they had based on a December 16th meeting. The handout that I'm going to show you today is under Revenue Documents 2022-2023. If I click on that, you can see that Jen and Chris and Kevin Ripple in our office have provided a January 21 economic briefing. So members of the public or other members who are watching or attending, they can go to our website to find those documents. I'm going to clip the document that I will go over really quickly to show kind of what we call a snapshot. Now, we call this a snapshot, a surplus statement snapshot. This is to compare actual results versus what the budget writers had developed back in 2019 when the budget was passed. As you remember, the budget was vetoed, so the 2021 budget was actually signed into law right at the end of September. So it was a 3-month delay in starting that budget due to the veto, but then an agreement was reached. The budget was put into place for 20 and 21. And then several months later, the pandemic hit. And so the budget writers really were dealing with the delay with the veto. And then all of a sudden in March, we saw the New Hampshire economy turn on its head and basically everything change. If we look at what happened during the budget process, the budget had assumed a beginning balance. A beginning balance is any carry forward balance from the previous fiscal year. Budget had assumed about $211.5 million from the previous year. And that's because of your fiscal year 19 revenues were over budget by close to $200 million. So they performed really well. You remember the last 2 fiscal years prior to this year, taxes were performing extremely well, especially business taxes and meals and rooms. Total revenue coming in 2626.1. Offset by your total appropriations in the budget, which were about 2.867. Estimated lapse is really an assumption that although since the budget is a 2-year planning document passed in 2019 ahead of time, there are programs that don't begin right away. There are positions that do not begin right away. And as a result, you do have lapse being unspent appropriations. And so every budget process, as we develop a surplus statement for the current biennial budget, there is an assumed lapse amount, typically in the 3% range. And that's just from, it's the nature of the process trying to predict 2 years ahead of time. Total net appropriations of about 2.8 million, knowing that there was a beginning balance that was anticipated of 200 million. So a cumulative ending balance of about $27.1 million. As part of a budget process, any even numbered fiscal year, any balance remaining at the end or any deficit remaining at the end carries forward into the next year, the second year of the biennium. And so as far as 20, the budget was based on the fact that 20 would end with a positive $27.1 million surplus. And that carried forward into 21, which we'll see in a couple moments. And that balanced the budget. Obviously, any variance from that, good or bad, does change the budget picture. You can see the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which was released at the end of December, showed the actual results. So the budget writers had a plan in September of 19. The fiscal year 20 ended on June 30th, 2020, and the actual results audited at the end of December showed a small variance in the beginning balance of about 2.6 million. It really has to do with timing of some lapsing of funds based on the previous budget. Total revenue, this is where Ways and Means will focus. The variance was $105.9 million below. So a deficit in the revenue portion of the budget of about $105.9 million, which is actually better than originally anticipated. I think there was a number floating around even higher. And so the year ended $105.9 million below revenue for 20. As far as appropriations, a small variance in appropriations of about $12.9 million in additional appropriations, things like settlements, payouts for retirement positions, as abandoned property claims, et cetera. There's always a slight variation. And then estimated lapse. You remember I talked about the lapse, the unspent funds. the unspent funds, even though revenues were short by about $105.9 million, the estimated lapse was 102.7. So that was a variance of $46 million, which is to the good. That is a positive variance on the appropriation side. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that we had positions usually take about 3 months to fill. You did have the 3-month delay in the passage of the budget. You did have a 3-month delay in starting programs up. So there was additional expenditure lapse. On top of that, Health and Human Services did receive additional federal funds for the federal matching assistance percentage, or the so-called FMAP, of 6.2% from Medicaid, which did help HHS beat their lapse targets at the beginning of the year. And then the so-called gap and other adjustments, in accounting term, these are liabilities that adjust based on, instead of cash, these are actually payments or liabilities that are attributable to 20. So they may have occurred in 21, but they do have to be counted against 20 because it's based on that activity. So actually, cumulative ending balance on June 30th was a negative $54.4 million. So what we had to take into account when we do our variance for the LBA snapshot is, yes, it was a negative of 54.4, but we do remember that the budget had counted on 27.1 million carrying forward for 21 to have a balanced budget. Because that $27.1 million did not exist, because there was a deficit of 54.4 million, there's actually a negative variance of 81.5 million. So if you were to look at the CAFRE, if you hear any presentations or read any articles, you'll hear about the state ending 20 with roughly an $81.5 million deficit. And so that's a budget deficit of 81.5. Moving quickly into 21 with what we know now, you can see in the yellow up top, $81.5 million deficit to begin. Estimated revenues to date. This is a number, again, this is a snapshot. This number is going to change. Rows 4 through 7 are really, those are what Ways and Means will focus on. 21 is the first year of a balanced budget plan. So the 22 and 23 budget also has to take into account, how does the current fiscal year, how does that present itself? And if there is any deficit at the end of 21, part of the balanced budget law requires that any deficit be made up of by the budget writers when they develop their 22-23 budget. And so it's an important piece of information. We know year to date through December, the state is $54.3 million up in general and education trust fund revenue. Again, this is halfway through the year. You'll find out on Ways and Means that we can't just extrapolate this forward. March and April are huge revenue months for business taxes as well as other various taxes. And so there are times where you do end with a positive variance in revenue halfway through the fiscal year, and you end up in a totally opposite position. So that's something I think your House Ways and Means Committee and Senate Ways and Means Committee will be paying attention to, obviously, this year. And I think you have great presenters coming up, Commissioner Stepp after me shortly, which will be able to provide you with better information as you develop your 21 estimates. So right now, as we stand, a positive variance of 54.3. So for the purpose of a snapshot, a point in time look, that is a positive offset to the negative variance of the 81.5. And then we have our budget appropriations, our estimated lapse right now, a little earlier in the year to figure out if the state will lapse above or beyond the 75.4 the budget writers had assumed. We typically, in the second year of a biennium, the lapse or the unspent appropriations are a little higher than the previous year. A lot of that has to do with so-called carry forwards or unlapsing appropriations from the first year that carry into the next year. A lot of the HHS accounts, as well as some debt service accounts, do not lapse at the end of 20. So if there are any lapsing or unspent funds, you would recognize that in 21. And then other appropriations, a negative 15.9, 12.5 of that has to do with the fact that the budget writers assumed HHS would have a $12.5 million budget reduction each year to meet their $25 million back of the budget requirement that the budget writers had put in. However, HHS was able to meet all of that requirement in 20. So they satisfied the back of the budget requirement of the 25 million. So no biennial impact, but because you did that was a positive variance in 20. You do have to account for the fact that there'll be no further budget reduction in 21. Current year balance of about 12 and a half, offset from the negative balance carried forward to 54.4. So a cumulative ending balance for the year of 41.9. If you can see, if you go through the variance column, the 81 and a half offset by the 54.3 in total revenue, offset by the net appropriations of 15.9, ends with the $43.1 million budget variance. However, when the budget writers developed their budget, they did have a small cushion of about $1.2 million in additional funds, that 1.1 of which would go to the rainy day fund, another 0.1 or about $60,000 ended up staying in the education trust fund. Rainy day fund balance based on the CAFR estimates is 115.5. So as we stand here today, there are sufficient funds in the rainy day fund should the legislature decide to draw from the rainy day fund to balance their budget. And the reason I say should, although any deficit can be made up from the rainy day fund, since the budget is in possession of the legislature, they can also make a decision not to tap the rainy day fund or tap it for a portion of the deficit and then handle any remaining deficit in 22 and 23. And so that's something we'll be working with the committees over the next couple of few months, next few months. And if that were the case today, even with the $41.9 million deficit, the state could technically end 21 with still money left over in the rainy day fund. Key is, though, what's going to happen with revenues. We know based on your FY 2021 in November of 20, DRA came through with revenue estimates that could be 16 million high for what they collect or $56 million below plan. Other non-DRA revenue estimates could be another 20 million below plan. So that's going to vary. If the state were to just hit plan, this 54.3 million would go away. You would still have enough in the rainy day fund unless there are additional expenditures. Typically, there are another $8 million in expenditures that come through the fiscal committee or through statutory allowances that do hit the balance sheet. And so that's basically, I'll wrap that up and open to any questions that the committee may have.
Representative Major, make sure that you unmute.
I don't see any hands raised for questions. And it is 9:29, so maybe we go into the introductions for the next phase. Which will be from the Department of Revenue Administration. And Lindsay Stepp, who's the commissioner, she received her Master's of Business Administration degree from Plymouth State University after receiving her BS in Economics from Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Lindsay served as Director of Business Services for the Information Technology Services Department at Plymouth State University and previously worked at the Department of Revenue Administration as a financial analyst. Lindsay began her career at Ernst & Young LLP as an international tax and transfer pricing consultant. So Lindsay will bring us up to speed on the Department of Revenue. Lindsay?
Thank you, Representative Major. Good morning. For the record, Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner at the Department of Revenue. I'm here in my office in Concord. Give me just a second. I will share my screen. Okay, is everyone able to see the presentation?
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Okay, so good morning again. Thank you for having me today. What I plan to do this morning is to give you an overview of a brief overview of the DRA, talk through some of the taxes that we administer. So the DRA administers 14 taxes for the state, which represents approximately 78% or just shy of $2 billion of the audited revenue collected in education trust funds in 2020. The DRA has important insights into the performance of the state's significant revenue sources, but we lack the capacity to perform more complex economic predictions. So my goal this morning is to give you an overview of the taxes, what we've seen in the past, what we've seen year to date, how we believe COVID has impacted some of our taxes, so that you have a foundation for the information that you'll be hearing over the course of today and tomorrow with respect to specific economic predictions. The presentation is going to follow a pretty consistent outline as we move through the taxes. We'll talk about year-to-date revenues. We'll talk about factors that impact or affect the taxes, and we'll show you a 10-year trend versus where that trend or how that trend looks compared to plan. So we will jump right in to the meals and rentals tax. So the M&R tax is levied on consumers for the purchase of taxable meals and accommodation rentals, as well as motor vehicle rentals. The tax is collected by the operator or the restaurant owner, for instance, and remitted to the DRA on a monthly basis. There is a school building aid debt service that's a monthly transfer that comes out of M&R before it's reported at the end of the month. The transfer was just under 15 million per year in fiscal year 12, but that amount has been gradually decreasing to 11.5 million in fiscal year 20, and we're currently at 8.3 million in fiscal year 21. And as I mentioned, that amount is divided evenly among the 12 months, and we deduct that each month before reporting the final revenue at the end of the month. So audited M&R tax revenue continued to increase over the past few years until the COVID-19 pandemic hit. We saw a 5.4% increase in fiscal year 2018 over 2017, a 5.5% increase in 2019 over 2018. However, we saw a 9.9% decrease in fiscal year 2020 over fiscal year 2019. For fiscal year 21, actual revenue for the first 6 months is about 21.3% below plan and 16.6% below prior year. Factors that can affect M&R, obviously COVID. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. The weather can have an impact. Sunny summers, colorful fall foliage, and snowy winters are all good things for M&R. Also the economy. So when the economy is thriving, M&R tax is usually up. So people have more disposable income. When we see higher levels of employment, we usually see increased M&R tax. Specifically mentioning unemployment, in the US, unemployment was 6.7% in November of 2020, with New Hampshire at 3.8%. Versus a year prior, the US was at 3.5% and New Hampshire was at 2.6%. So obviously the increase in unemployment due to primarily the COVID-19 pandemic has also seen, we've seen an impact to the meals and rentals tax. For specific COVID effects on M&R, obviously general impact, the stay-at-home order that we saw in the spring, restrictions on restaurants and restrictions on hotels during that time. As I mentioned, the economy, when unemployment is high, we can see a decrease in meals and rentals tax. And if restaurants were forced to close in recent months, that would obviously impact the revenue. Some changes in behavior. We obviously saw the shift to outdoor dining in the spring and summer months and into the fall. That was helpful for M&R. That allowed folks, even given the restrictions, to still be able to dine out and remit the meals and rentals tax. Also expanded takeout, right? You've seen a lot of restaurants that historically might not have done a large takeout business kind of pivot. They've done a great job and expanded the takeout options that they have available, which again would be subject to the meals and rentals tax. We have seen shifts from sit-down restaurants to fast food. So when we look at the data on an individual basis at the end of each month, we see that the impact to sit-down restaurants when comparing to the prior year is more significant than the impact to fast food. By and large, fast food restaurants are operating in close to a similar volume as they were a year ago, but obviously sit-down restaurants have seen a decrease. On the rental side, we've seen a shift from hotels to camps and cottages through rental agents. So again, comparing year over year, last year, when you compare hotel stays from this year to last year, you'll see a decrease. But when you look at rental agents who might rent out a camp or a cottage on a lake or in the mountains, or the use of Airbnb or similar platforms, for instance, you'll see in some cases an increase, but at the very least similar volume to the prior year. So the effects of COVID on the meals and rentals tax can differ when you look at that specific functions that the various operators provide or how they're delivering their services. In terms of our future outlook, obviously the lifted restrictions or not imposing any additional restrictions allow us to have a little bit more of a positive outlook in the future. Obviously the deployment of vaccine and getting people more comfortable to be able to go out in public and dine or to travel and stay in hotels, and just the general improvement in the economy, as well as any federal stimulus that's provided that would help businesses stay afloat or help people have more disposable income so that they can spend it on things that may be taxable under the meals and rentals tax. This shows a breakdown of the meals and rentals tax. So the blue section are meals, the yellow section is rooms, the light gray at the very top is motor vehicles, and at the bottom is the commission that operators are able to retain if they remit and file their taxes on a timely manner. So what that looks like at the end of fiscal year 20, about 80.4% of our revenue was from meals, 17% from rooms, and 2.6% from motor vehicles. So again, meals tends to be the primary category, rooms next, and then a smaller amount from motor vehicles. And we've kind of shown a history here so you can see what that's looked like over time. And lastly, for M&R, this is the 10-year trend. You'll see a gradual increase in M&R. It's been a strong performing tax as we've been in many years of economic expansion and good economic times. You will see that dip from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 20. That is primarily due to COVID. Our fiscal year 21 revenue plan is 386.9. And you can see that at least with the trend of fiscal year 20, we are unlikely to meet that plan for this year. This really is one of the primary taxes that has had a negative effect due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'll just pause for a moment to answer any questions before moving on to the next tax.
Representative Major, it looks like Representatives Abrami and Tucker have questions.
Representative Abrami.
Yep. Hi, Lindsay. Good presentation so far. So when we look at the chart right on the screen right now, that's exclusive of the school building aid debt service?
That is correct. That will be the final audited revenue. So that is with the school building aid removed.
So when we look at this 10-year pattern, and you're saying that the school building aid debt service payment is going down, that does have an effect on this a bit, right?
Correct, right. So with the decreased payment, you would obviously, the slope of the curve would change slightly as the payment has evolved over time. The general trend is consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, I remember this as meals and rooms. Is this am I wrong, or have you changed it to rentals to include motor vehicles?
The reference changes between within the statute. So meals and rooms and meals and rentals are both the same things. We use the term kind of interchangeably.
I see. here in the North Country, the split between meals and rooms is quite prominent. So knowing that there is, these two categories is very important here.
Correct. That's a great point. And when we meet with the committee in greater detail to start talking about revenue estimates, we have information at the county level. And so we can provide that information to you so you can see how the split between meals and rentals is different between the counties.
Okay, one more question, Representative Ames.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm wondering about the facilitators of rentals of homes, the Airbnb and other entities like that, and whether you're actually collecting revenues from them. And there's also a parallel to the automobile rental side, where there are entities that are enabling rentals, I think mostly of individual-owned autos.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So there is some guidance available on our website for people that are renting their homes through Airbnb versus through other platforms, because who collects the tax and who pays the tax is different for certain operators. So that guidance is available on our website. And there is legislation that was introduced last session that did not make it into the omnibus bills at the end of the session, but I believe it'll be reintroduced this year to clarify the taxability of motor vehicles that are rented through third parties, similar to your Airbnbs for the rental of rooms or homes.
Yes, that bill's been introduced to Ways and Means, and we'll be dealing with that this year.
Great.
Thank
There's
you.
one more time for one more question.
Sure.
Representative Almy. Representative Almy. Okay,
I
then.
apologize. I just had a call from a constituent trying to make a complaint about something totally unrelated. My question was whether with this chart, we couldn't tell pretty much. We've always said that rooms and meals, especially meals, was mostly people inside the state that were paying it. Does this give us some kind of an idea of how true that is, since we're now in this situation where everybody's supposed to quarantine if they go between state borders?
So we have never known for certain who the consumers are, because again, when you go out to eat at a restaurant or rent a hotel room, you pay the tax to that operator, so to that restaurant or to that hotel, and then that operator remits the tax to us. So I think in the past, we've been able to make some assumptions based on some travel and tourism data or just general comments about the economy and about people's actions or habits or behaviors about who the ultimate consumers are. But unfortunately, that's not something that's reported directly to us. Although you do make a very good point that in theory, if folks are following guidance from other states, they may not be able to travel into New Hampshire to say go out to eat or to stay at a hotel or to rent a house for a week. And so that is likely contributing to the decrease in the meals and rentals tax that we're seeing.
Senator Geider. Hey, unmute yourself, Senator.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, is there anything in the historically within the records of the department that would reflect any kind of a similar catastrophe and perhaps give us some guidance as to recovery rates and in the different types of revenue?
So this is probably true for all of the taxes in general, but the impact of COVID and this recession is obviously not like anything else that we have really seen. The last significant economic downturn was in 2008, 2009. So we can look back at that and see the general trend of recovery. When we do talk about our specific revenue estimates coming up over the next few weeks and months at the various committees, we'll talk about some of the assumptions that we made with respect to how this tax might recover. One thing that is different from prior recessions is we believe that there's probably some pent-up demand because on one hand, folks may not have the disposable income, depending on how COVID has impacted them, to go out to eat. On the other hand, they may have the income, but they're just not able to, or they don't feel comfortable going out to eat. You know, I, for one, have not stepped into a restaurant since July, and in that case, it was eating outdoors. So I certainly will be one of the first in line when things do improve to enjoy a nice meal out to eat. So that pent-up demand, I think, is something that is unlike other recessions or downturns that we've seen, and we will try to factor that into our revenue estimates.
Thanks very much.
Representative Yurley. Representative Yurley. Jordan?
Yeah, I trying to keep clicking on the wrong button there. Regarding the meals and rooms, to go back to Edith's question, Mrs. Stepp, Commissioner Stepp, is there any way to break out from where the meals and rooms revenue is coming from? That is, I know from the parking lot of the restaurants I go to in Hudson, a lot more Massachusetts plates than there are New Hampshire plates. And I'm sure that's the same over in Salem and even up into Manchester. The question is, even though Massachusetts has this quarantine thing, which everyone ignores, because they shop in New Hampshire and we're benefiting greatly from their mentality down there. Can we break it up a little bit that way to see if there's a difference between, let's say, the meals and room tax revenue 2 years ago from Concord and 2 years ago from Hudson Salem, the southern tier?
We can. We typically look at it on a county basis. It can be a little tricky if you start looking at specific municipalities because of various reporting. For instance, a chain of restaurants may submit a consolidated return that may attribute all of their revenue to Concord, even though they have locations and licenses in multiple parts of the state. So that's why we do typically look at the county level. But yes, we can definitely break it down by county. We can break it down into meals and rooms. We can break it down into some of the larger categories in meals and rooms, as I mentioned, full service dining as opposed to fast food, full service restaurants as opposed to rental agents. And so we can definitely dive into that data. And I think you will start to see that there are the impact to the counties are different. And so we will have that prepared and happy to talk to the committee about that when we get further into the revenue estimating process.
Follow up on that, Norm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, would that be beneficial to us in trying to estimate under a restricted environment of sales as to determining whether or not there should be tax decrease or tax increase? You know what I'm talking about as far as this border concept, because Portsmouth is going to benefit from the strictness of Maine, and Susan, Lebanon is going to benefit from what's happening across the river over in Vermont. So this should be beneficial to us. Am I correct on that, Ms. Stepp?
I believe so. That's definitely, we have been looking at the data and we are happy to share that with you and walk through with you, what we're seeing. So I think that's a very good idea.
Okay, Commissioner, I think we can go on.
Okay. The next tax we're going to talk about is the real estate transfer tax, the tax on the sale, transfer, or granting of property at a rate of $1.50 per $100 of price or consideration for the transfer. It is split. 75 cents is the obligation of the purchaser and 75 cents is the obligation of the seller. RET has increased in recent years. We saw a 5.3% in 2018, 2.5% in 2019, and 3.7% in 2020 over the prior years. For fiscal year 21, actual revenue for the first 6 months of the year is 14.6% ahead of fiscal year 21 plan and 7.4% ahead of fiscal year 2020 unaudited revenue year to date. The reason why those percentages look like they're a little off or a little inconsistent is there was a new transfer of $5 million that was implemented in fiscal year 21 to the Affordable Housing Fund. So that full $5 million transfer was performed on October 1st. And so that's why you'll see that when you're comparing to prior year, it looks like we're not as ahead as much as when you compare to plan. Plan did take into account that transfer. Factors that can affect RET, obviously the economy. You need to have the ability to buy or sell a home. Low interest rates, they're currently at historic lows, 2.77% in November of 2020. Inventory levels, the homes need to be on the market in order for them to sell. The shift that we've been seeing from urban to more rural areas, COVID has been helpful with this respect, I think, as people look to move out of the cities and move into more rural areas such as New Hampshire. And then obviously property values. Property values were 184.9 billion was the equalized value for New Hampshire on April 21st of 2020. And that was compared to 175.9 billion the year before. So almost a $10 billion increase in the total equalized value of properties in just a year. Obviously, with RET, as I said, the homes need to be on the market in order for them to sell. So we're concerned about inventory and sales volumes. And then on the other hand, the sales price impacts the amount of RET collected as well. And so those can kind of go hand in hand. What we are generally seeing right now, I'll switch to the next slide, with COVID is that we are starting to see some inventory constraints, but the values or the sales prices are very high. And so those are kind of balancing each other out. If the inventories are less and the sales volumes decrease and the values decrease as well, then we would see a negative impact to the real estate transfer tax. So real estate transfer tax was an area where I was at least concerned there may be some impact during the stay-at-home order, but really the industry pivoted very quickly to doing remote or no contact sales. Folks have been buying homes without ever stepping foot in them. Virtual tours for houses have been very popular, and then even a fully remote closing has been able to occur as well. So I think that has helped the real estate transfer tax, the sales to occur and the tax to stay at the levels that we're seeing. Obviously, the economy will play an impact on the real estate transfer tax. Unemployment, higher unemployment typically leads to fewer people looking to move or buy or sell homes. Larger savings due to fewer expenses is a good thing for the real estate transfer tax. If folks have some money in the bank, they might be trying to save for that first home or maybe save to purchase a new or bigger home. And the savings that people in many cases are realizing during COVID-19 may be helpful to that. I mentioned in terms of changes in behavior, the virtual home sales. A lot of folks are doing home improvements, maybe doing some work on their home and then looking to put it on the market. And obviously the ability to work from home and a movement away from the urban centers have drawn folks to New Hampshire, I believe, as a place that they would like to live, recreation, lots of outdoor activities here, and they're no longer tied to that office necessarily in an urban area, say in Massachusetts. In terms of our future outlook, obviously lifted restrictions, a vaccine, improving the economy. These are all things that we think will help the real estate transfer tax. But I will note an area of concern is the slowing of home sales due to the inventory. At some point, I anticipate that the homes are just not going to be on the market, even if people want to buy them. Also, New Hampshire winters can be slow for new home construction. And so there is likely going to be a point here where just the inventory starts to potentially decrease some of the tax and that we've been seeing due to the home sales. Looking at the 10-year revenue trend, that's been doing great. Again, coming out of the 2008-2009 recession, those years of economic expansion were good for the real estate transfer tax. You can see that our fiscal year 21 plan at 158.4 million is very close to where we landed in fiscal year 2020. So I would say it is likely that we will at least meet, if not exceed, plan here, even with the concerns about inventory. Red is just in a very good place at this point. And I will pause there for any real estate transfer tax questions.
We have a question from Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Can the department quantify for us of fiscal year 20's performance above plan, what percentage was due to increased number of sales, and what percentage of the performance increase was due to increased value of sales?
Good question.
That's a great question. So we do track on a monthly basis the volume of sales. And again, we track that by county, so we can see what's happening in the various counties. So we have the sales volume data, and we can compare that to how the tax performed as a whole. And so that will get at whether it was solely driven just by volume, or whether, you know, for instance, if the volume was exactly the same as the prior year, but the tax on increase, that would be a result of increased values. And so again, when we come before the committees to do the more in-depth analysis with respect to the revenue estimating, we can certainly provide that information and help you dissect what that means. But we have a very long history on how the number of transactions by county. And so we can definitely dive into that.
Thank you.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, it's a great presentation. Here in the North Country, anecdotally, sales or price says rose far higher on sales where there was suitable broadband. Is there any way that you can quantify that as we talk about the need for broadband? It would be nice to have a base of facts.
That's a good point. Let me think about that a little bit. We may be able to break the data down by municipality. And so you could compare those municipalities with broadband access to those without. And we can see what we're seeing in terms of the volume of the sales and maybe extrapolate from that the sale prices. So let us do a little bit of digging on that one.
Thank you.
Representative Janigan. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question on this would be, what percent is the real estate transfer tax of the total revenue?
Oh, good question. I don't have that immediately in front of me, but when we come for our next presentation in front of House Ways and Means, we're going to show you a nice pie chart that has it all broken out for the various taxes. So we will have that information.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. And then when you said property values went from 1.75 billion to 184 billion from 2019 to 2020, is that the total property value of all properties in New Hampshire?
That is. So that's the total equalized value that we report in our annual report. Yep. So that's total value for the whole state.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the real estate tax? I don't see any. So, Commissioner?
Okay, moving on to the tobacco tax. So the tobacco tax is levied on each package of cigarettes at $1.78 per pack of 20 and $2.23 per pack of 25. You will see that as a little stamp on the bottom of a package of cigarettes. The tobacco tax is also levied on other tobacco products at a rate of 65.03% of the wholesale sales price. And so this would be your loose tobacco, your pipe tobacco, anything that's really not in the form of a cigarette and not in a pack of 20 or 25. Also, we now tax e-cigarettes, and that went into effect on January 1st of 2020. It is levied on both the closed systems and the open systems. So the closed system, where you buy just one piece of, or the e-cigarette is just one piece, that tax rate is 3 cents per millimeter on the volume of liquid or other substance that contains nicotine in the cartridge or container. The open system is where you have like a refillable, you might buy the liquid separately and insert it into a system, and that is taxed at 8% of the wholesale sales price of the container of liquid or other substance that's containing nicotine. The composition of tobacco tax revenue is changing. Historically, it was primarily stamp sales, so packs of cigarettes. But in recent years, other tobacco products has grown and currently makes up 7.7% of the tobacco tax revenue, compared to fiscal year 2012, when other tobacco products made up 3.4% of revenue. So again, seeing a little bit of that shift away from cigarettes into other tobacco products. Factors that can affect the tobacco tax. Cross-border elasticity, we have the lowest tobacco tax rate in the region, so we see a fair amount of cross-border sales. Also, the trend, as I mentioned, in stamp sales, we typically have, over the years, have seen a decrease in stamp sales of approximately 3% year over year. But recently, Massachusetts banned mentholated products or all flavored tobacco products. That went into effect on June 1st of 2020, and we have certainly seen an increase in tobacco tax revenue due to that. We have spoken with not only wholesalers, who essentially collect and pay the tax, but also with retailers. And New Hampshire wholesalers have seen an increase in flavored tobacco product requests from their retailers. And retailers have also mentioned, especially those along the border, that they've seen an increase in sales, primarily of those mentholated tobacco products. So as I mentioned, audited tobacco tax revenue historically has decreased year over year, 3 to 4% in 2018 and 2019. However, in fiscal year 2020, we did see a 5.7% increase over fiscal year 19. That, I believe, is largely due to the uncertainty in the spring as the COVID-19 pandemic hit. We saw a lot of wholesalers stocking up on their purchases of stamps. Obviously, the uncertainty of, would the DRA be open to for us to be able to purchase stamps? We remained open throughout the pandemic and the stay-at-home order, but definitely there was some uncertainty around the business model of the wholesalers and what their abilities were going to be to continue stamping and distributing product. So there was certainly some stocking up there that we saw at the end of fiscal year 20. And then for fiscal year 21, actual revenue for the first 6 months is 24.8% above plan and 26.2% above fiscal year 2020. Again, I think this is a combination of the ban in Massachusetts on flavored tobacco products, in particular your mentholated cigarettes. And also, I have heard anecdotally that the COVID-19 pandemic, although smoking is certainly a risk factor for COVID, the stress of what we all have been going through over the past almost 10 months might not be the most conducive environment for people to decide to quit smoking. So we're just not seeing that decline in stamp sales that we've seen in past years. Also on this slide, just for reference, I have included what e-cigarette revenue has looked like over the last 6 months. So in the last 6 months, we've collected about 2.1, almost 2.2 million, and that is an increase over the 1.2 million that we collected during the first 6 months of the taxation of e-cigarettes. That is expected. There is typically a bit of a learning curve when a new product becomes taxable, but we're looking at approximately 300 to 400,000 a month in e-cigarette tax revenue. This will show the trend of tobacco tax stamp revenue from fiscal year 11 through fiscal year 2020. I will note in here, there are some rate changes. So that significant decrease you see from fiscal year 11 to fiscal year 12, that is a rate change. And then the rate increased from fiscal year 13 to fiscal year 14. Again, you see that bump. But starting in fiscal year 16, 17, 18, 19, we saw some downward trends in those stamp sales. And that's what I was speaking to with the 3 to 4% decrease. But then fiscal year 20, we did see that increase primarily due to the increase in stamp sales we saw in the spring. And then here's the chart for other tobacco products. This very clearly shows the increase that we've seen in the sale of those products. Again, the change from fiscal year 11 to 12, that decrease, that is the result of a rate change. There was a rate increase from 13 to 14, and then we've seen a pretty steady increase from fiscal year 14 to fiscal year 19. That significant jump that you'll see from fiscal year 19 to 20, remember that's the start of taxation of e-cigarettes as well. And then lastly, the tobacco tax revenue 10-year trend. Again, you can see some fluctuation from fiscal year 11 through fiscal year 14, 15, 16. But from fiscal year 16 to 19, we did see that decrease. And that is what we were intending to see. You can see that fiscal year 21 plan was just about equal to fiscal year 19. So I think we anticipated the tax to stabilize just a little bit with the taxation of e-cigarettes, but we did see that bump in fiscal year 20. Tobacco tax continues to perform well. We will talk about that some more in greater detail in front of the committees when you're doing your revenue estimates. We anticipate it will probably level off at some point, but it is one of the shining stars lately due to COVID. Rather than a negative impact, we're seeing, I believe, a positive impact on the tobacco tax. I'm happy to pause here and answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions on the tobacco tax? Representative Brahmi. Pat? Pat, you're muted.
Sorry about that, Commissioner. So we spent a lot of time last year on the taxation of vape products last year. We had a lot of testimony from vape shops, but I've heard through the grapevine that a lot of the vape shops are didn't make it through this time. A lot of them have closed. Have you got the same read on that?
I have not heard that yet, but we can certainly look into what our licenses look like and if we've seen some closures in our vape shop licenses. So we can certainly dig into that.
Right. Thank you.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, as looking at your chart there on the revenue coming in, and I guess as we looked like as we lowered the tax on it, there was less revenue. Are we seeing a trend on that, or there's also the argument that when we lower the tax, we increase because we get over the border sales? Which one is more accurate?
I would say, given that we already have the lowest tax in the region, that it is probably more likely that when we lower the rate, we just decrease revenue. I'm not sure that I think the people that are already coming to New Hampshire to get the cheaper cigarettes, they're already doing that most likely. There may be a small amount that do the math and decide at the current rate it's not enough, and if it was 10 cents lower, then maybe they would. But I think it's more likely that we have a good amount of cross-border sales at this point, and reductions to the rate are probably not enough to offset the decrease that we see in revenue.
Okay, just one follow-up.
A follow-up?
Okay. So you don't see that the more distance we have between New Hampshire and neighboring states, that you would draw deeper from within the bordering states to come to New Hampshire? For instance, years ago, I heard of people coming from Connecticut to New Hampshire because there was such a difference.
Sure, that is a good point. We have the data for the surrounding states and their current tax rates. And so we will definitely present that to the committee so you can kind of see the level of, or the actual difference in the tax between the various states. And you're right, we may see that Connecticut's is significant enough that it could drive sales here. I think what might be more likely is exactly what we're seeing with Massachusetts, as other states around us ban certain products or restrict access to products. If we don't make the same corresponding change, we're likely to see an increase in sales.
Thank you.
Representative Almy, you want to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Years ago, it was actually Brian Gottlob that came up with this, that there was a major statistical relationship between our amount of sales and the price of gasoline. And the price of gas, because it takes a lot of gasoline, more gasoline to get here from Connecticut or New York, where they were coming from, some of them. The price of gasoline, it has been pretty low since COVID started. And do you see any relationship there at the current time? Because we've also got these travel restrictions, which apparently Massachusetts doesn't obey, but Maine and Vermont are pretty strict about.
Sure, you're right about the effect of the price of gasoline. We haven't done an updated analysis with respect to that, but you're right that that's certainly one of the factors that could be impacting what we're seeing. For example, with the ban in Massachusetts, if gasoline was prohibitively expensive, we might not be seeing the increased sales in those banned products that we're seeing here in New Hampshire if gas was really expensive. So that is a very good point.
Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald, you want to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I'm really glad that you mentioned anxiety and stress as a potential driver for increased tobacco use, because that is documented that addictions cross substances too, and that rates of smoking are actually higher among populations that have a mental illness or a substance use disorder. And so I'm wondering if the department has had any discussions with the Department of Health and Human Services, or is able to track, for example, the revenues for this tax in the current fiscal year alongside of the numbers of people who are waiting for an emergency psychiatric bed, which has shot way up during the pandemic. Is there a way to look at what the actual impact of increased mental illness and substance use problems, what that impact is on rates of tobacco use?
Sure, that's a great point. We could certainly reach out to HHS and review some of the documentation. I was speaking kind of more anecdotally, but I'm glad that I wasn't necessarily wrong in my assumption about the correlation between anxiety and smoking. So we can certainly look into that, see if we can get some better data or some more specific data. What will be a little bit difficult is trying to parse the difference between the impact of anxiety or mental health on the rate of smoking and this ban of products in Massachusetts. We kind of have two things potentially happening at the same time, but we can certainly look into the data and see if there's a way that we can kind of pull it apart, or at least make sure or try to confirm that the general trend is consistent with what we're seeing.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. So Commissioner, go on to interest and dividends.
Sure. Interest and dividends tax. So the interest and dividends tax is assessed at a rate of 5% on interest and dividend income of individuals, partnerships, and fiduciaries. Over the past 3 years, IND has performed well, a 12.2% increase year over year in 18, 8.4 in 19, and 9.6 in 20. Fiscal year 21 for the first 6 months of the year is 31.9% ahead of plan and 34.1% of fiscal year 2020. I will note that the 21 number is net of a 9.2% anomalous receivable. So I'm just going to stop quickly and talk about anomalous receivables. They are most important in the interest and dividends tax and in the business taxes. So when the state produces the CAFR, the final audited financial report, we take revenue that's received in fiscal year 21 that we receive in the first 60 days, where the underlying activity from that revenue occurred in the prior year, and we're able to pull that amount back in the audited financials. What happened in fiscal year 21 is that, as you may remember, COVID hit right around April 15th. There was pressure to follow the federal due dates. The IRS moved their due dates from April 15th to July 15th. Here in New Hampshire, we moved our due dates from April 15th to June 15th in order to take into account the fiscal year end of the state being on June 30th. The federal year end is not until September, so they didn't have that same issue of potentially straddling years. So we moved the date from April 15th to June 15th. However, not everyone followed that June 15th date, and we received, in the case of IND, just over $9 million of revenue around July 15th that really was due June 15th. And so on a cash basis, you're going to see that 9.2 million in the cash basis numbers that the department produces, and that will be in the revenues until we get to the end of the fiscal year and we perform the accounting adjustment to remove it. But when you want to compare year over year, we did remove it from this analysis so that you could really compare apples to oranges, because that 9.2 million that we received in 21 really was supposed to come in 20. So it's just a timing difference. It gets a little complicated with the accounting. When we spend time with the committees to talk about your revenue estimates, we'll go into a deeper dive about the anomalous receivable. We'll go through an explanation again of what happened and why it's important, and we'll talk about what you need to do with that amount when you're looking to do your revenue projections. Factors that can affect IND, obviously the economy, the stock market, past federal tax reform. Some folks may remember what was referred to as the fiscal cliff, where pending tax changes resulted in many individuals and businesses accelerating some dividends and distributions at the end of a calendar year in order to kind of head off some negative tax impacts that were likely to occur in the following calendar year. So those sorts of changes can impact the timing of revenue that we receive. Obviously, the amount of money in the bank and interest rates also play into the interest and dividends tax. First, I just wanted to show the trend. You see some fluctuations in 2013, 14, and 15. That was due to some changes in the tax that occurred at the time. But generally from 2016 forward, we're on a pretty consistent upward trend. Again, 2020 ended the year ahead of 21 plan. So this is another tax where I expect that we will at least meet, if not exceed, plan. The other thing I would just note with respect to the fact that we are 31.9% ahead of plan year to date, the vast majority of interest and dividends tax comes in the last 3 months of the year. So April, May, and June. You have your April 15th due date, and then you have June 15th estimates that are due. So this tax, as Mr. Kane indicated in his presentation, is one where you can see a positive amount of revenue compared to plan in the early part of the year, but that may get eroded because so much of the revenue is kind of backloaded in the second half of the year. So still early with this tax, hang tight. We'll again do a deeper dive into how the tax generally comes in throughout the fiscal year when we do additional presentations to the committees when you're doing your revenue estimates. Looking at the breakdown of interest and dividends tax over the past 10 years, you'll see that we tax distributions, dividends, federally tax exempt interest income. That's an instance where for federal purposes it is tax exempt, but here at the state it is taxable, and then interest. The breakdown in tax year 2019 was 32.4% was distributions, 43.2 were dividends, 8.1 was federal tax exempt interest income, and 16.2 was regular interest. So again, we call it interest and dividends, but it's really dividends and distributions that are the vast majority of the inputs for this tax. And I will pause here with any questions.
Representative Bromley. You want to unmute yourself.
Did that again, I'm sorry. Commissioner, sorry about that. We got the new computer systems up, and I think it's for both business tax and IND, is that correct?
Correct.
So let's just talk about IND. Do you think that with the new computer system, I know you do, when you audit this tax, you go to the individual's personal federal returns, is that correct?
That is correct.
And does the new computer system make that easier to do? And what I'm getting at is there going to be more compliance for this tax because of that?
That's a great point. And yes, IND is an area where we anticipate to see some improved compliance with our new system. So you're correct that we routinely identify non-filers by comparing their federal tax information to their state tax information. And for instance, if you had federally reported dividends, distributions, and interests that are in excess of the thresholds here in New Hampshire, and you're a New Hampshire resident, we would expect to see a corresponding New Hampshire interest and dividends tax return. When we don't, we will reach out and just, gently say, could you help us understand, what we're missing and why you haven't filed? That process is fairly manual at this point, given our current system, or our old system at this point. Interest and dividends and business taxes went live in RIMS, which is our new revenue information management system, at the beginning of October. And so we are able to slowly, as we ramp up our auditing post-COVID, we'll be able to take advantage of the efficiencies that we have in that new system with identifying compliance issues or non-filers.
Thank you.
Representative Almy, you want to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Just to follow up on that one before I ask the question I had, in the past, a lot of the people that were caught this way had recently moved into the state, being told that there wasn't an income tax, therefore they didn't have to worry about taxes at all. I think that with the COVID refugees coming into this state, particularly higher income ones that have jobs that can be remote, that there should be quite a few of them found this next year. But my question was that I've noticed that a huge part of the revenues come from individual filers, and those people, including me, are doing quarterly estimates based on the previous year. And so it seems difficult to try to project what we're going to see and at least for me, most of the distributions arrive in December with no warning. So I don't think a lot of people are going to be changing their quarterly estimates until they do their final taxes. And so the last two payments of the year are going to be critical.
Correct. That is a good point. And again, that is why I mentioned, and we will go into it in greater detail, how revenue is received throughout the year. The April 15th return and extension due date will be critical for helping us understand what is happening with interest and dividends tax. And you're right, again, those June estimates. I can say that, fiscal year to date through December, estimate payments were 25% ahead of the prior year. So it is looking like, as you mentioned, many folks are making payments consistent with the prior year, and some are even increasing them slightly. We'll update that number at the end of this month because January was an estimate month for the interest and dividends tax. And so we should have some additional data on that when we present in front of the committee later this month.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, what is the threshold in New Hampshire for I&D?
That's a good question. Give me 1 second. It's $2,400 for an individual and $4,800 for joint filers.
Thank you.
And again, that'll be information that we provide for the committee. We'll do a deeper dive into the taxes and we'll talk about the thresholds for the various taxes, the amount of exemptions that some taxes might have, et cetera. And we'll give it to you in a nice, easy way so that you can reference it in the future.
Commissioner, before you go into utility property tax, are you going to go over the schedules of when to report these taxes?
Yes, we will do that as well in our next presentation when we come before the House Ways and Means Committee next week. We'll talk about the due dates, so when various taxes are reported throughout the fiscal year.
Thank you, because we have 9 new members on our committee.
Sure, right. And I understand, believe me, I understand it can be a steep learning curve. So again, we'll try to present it in a format. We'll give you statutory references so you know where to look if you have more specific questions. We'll talk about the timing of filings and revenues. We'll talk about key exemptions, thresholds, et cetera, and hopefully in a way that you can keep it and refer to it throughout the session as you need it.
Thank you. All right, your utility property tax.
Okay, utility property tax. So this is a tax imposed on the value of utility properties. The rate is $6.60 per $1,000 of value, and the DRA sets that value as of April 1st of each year. UPT revenue has fluctuated a bit over the past few years, from an 8.2% increase over the prior year in 18 to a 12.5% decrease in fiscal year 19 to a 9.6% increase in fiscal year 20. Fiscal year 21 actual revenue for the first 6 months is 4.8% ahead of plan and 8.5% ahead of prior year. Tax year 2020 assessments are $38.9 million with a total property value of $5.9 billion. This tax is pretty consistent year to year. It all gets deposited into the Education Trust Fund, but things that can impact the tax is obviously the development of any new renewable energy facilities, which we have seen in previous years, the general valuation of the utility property, which goes into various valuation methods, and then energy pricing, supply, and demand impact the value of these properties as well. Again,
questions?
Smaller tax, so I just wanted to go over this briefly. Happy to answer any questions.
Since no questions, communication services tax.
Perfect. Communication services tax is a tax of 7% on all two-way communications. In 2012, the tax excluded charges for internet access, which caused a significant decrease in communication service tax revenues. You can see that from fiscal year 2009 to 2012, CST was between 76.5 million and 81 million. After the change from fiscal year 13 to fiscal year 17, revenue was between 47.1 and 59.3 million. So again, it's a the exclusion of the taxability of internet access resulted in that decrease in revenue. But over the past 3 years, revenue has been much more consistent. 43.4 million in 18, 41.2 million in 19, 39.3 million in 20. For fiscal year 21, actual revenue for the first 6 months is about 8.8 below plan and 4.6 below unaudited revenue of the prior year. Part of that is due to a timing issue with some late payments that we anticipate receiving this month. Factors that affect CST: decrease in landlines. Earlier or in prior years, many folks had a landline and a cell phone. Both would have been taxable. Now, many folks have abandoned the landline and only use their cell phone, resulting in a decrease in taxable two-way communications. Modern pricing and purchasing trends for wireless communications. Again, this shift to wireless and decrease in the use of landlines. And then also the inclusion of VoIP and video conferencing will help to stabilize this tax. And you can kind of see in recent years that it has become much more stable than it was in prior years. Again, this is a smaller tax, so I don't have any charts. I just wanted to give a brief overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Bromley.
Commissioner, let me use an example. So is this Zoom service that we're using taxable?
My understanding is yes, but I am not totally confident that all video conferencing is being appropriately remitted to the state. So this is something that our audit division is looking into.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be an issue. Representative Janigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the decrease in landlines is causing a decrease in revenue. Why are cell phones or mobile communication not taxed in the same way?
They're still taxable. It's just before you may have had 2 taxable products, your landline and your cell phone, and now you only have 1 taxable product.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So it's just kind of the shift. It's reducing the tax base a little bit.
Right.
Good question.
Representative Elmy. Susan, you want to unmute yourself?
Mute button. There's also, for those of us that live on cable, because it's the only broadband that we can get in our areas, the cable companies have reduced within their packages the price of landline access to almost nothing. And then they pay the tax on that, and they charge us a lot more for internet and television.
That's a good point. So obviously just the shift, even for those with landlines, the cost of having a landline has decreased with those cable packages that some folks are able to get. Good point.
Okay, I don't see any further questions, so go on to the big ones.
The big one. Okay, business taxes. So business taxes consist of actually 2 taxes, the business enterprise tax and the business profits tax. The BET is assessed on the sum of all compensation paid or accrued, interest paid or accrued, and dividends paid by the business. The BPT is assessed on income from the conduct of business activity within the state. So business profits tax conforms to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 in effect on December 31st, 2016 for taxable periods beginning on or after January 1st, 2018. For all taxable periods beginning on or after January 1st, 2020, the applicable version of the IRC will be as of December 31st, 2018. The important thing to note there is that the code in effect on December 31st, 2018 includes the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. So that is kind of our update from the Internal Revenue Code prior to the Tax Cut and Jobs Act to the Internal Revenue Code with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Factors that affect business taxes, obviously the economy. Federal tax reform. Line 28 of a business's federal tax return is the starting point for their New Hampshire tax return. and while applying the code that we reference. Mergers and acquisitions can have tax impacts. Credits and other exemptions will have tax impacts. And then obviously any statutory changes that we consider throughout the year that ultimately become implemented. Recent statutory changes, business tax rates. You'll see a chart in the presentation and on the screen that gives you a history of the business tax rates. There was a potential trigger that was going to go into effect on January 1st of this year, given revenues that the state received. However, that trigger was not met. So you will see that the rate stayed the same at 7.7% for BPT and 0.6% for BET. Other notable statutory changes, there's two here that relate to apportionment. So if you are a business that operates both within and without the state, so you're a regional New England business all the way up to a multinational business. If you operate inside New Hampshire and outside New Hampshire, you need to apportion your income to New Hampshire. So we need to know what portion of your income is attributable here, and then we tax that portion. These two changes impact how apportionment is calculated. So the first is market-based sourcing, and that is in effect for taxable periods ending on or after December 31st of this year. This is for intangibles and services. When you're looking to determine where those services or intangibles should be apportioned, you're going to look to your end customer at this point. Prior to taxable periods ending on or after December 31st of 2021, you would use what's called the cost of performance method, and you would look to where those services were actually being performed. The other apportionment change to note is single sales factor apportionment, which under current statute would be taxable for periods ending on or after December 31st of 2022. Currently, and up until that date, New Hampshire calculates apportionment based on sales, property, and payroll. So we look at your sales in the state, we look at your property that you own in the state, and we look at your payroll in the state. We double weight that sales factor and then we divide. And that's how we determine what portion of your revenue pie is attributable here in New Hampshire. With the single sales factor apportionment for taxable periods ending on or after December 31st of 2022, the only thing that we're going to look at is where your sales occur. We're not going to look anymore at how much property you have in the state or what your payroll in the state is. All we care about is splitting your revenue pie based on where your sales are located. So those are two things that are fairly complicated topics. Apportionment definitely has its learning curve, and we will certainly work with the committee to make sure everyone understands what those changes are. Here's just a history of business tax revenue in the chart for fiscal year 11 through fiscal year 2020. You will see business taxes do fluctuate year to year. You'll see in 18, we had a pretty significant increase. And again, a bit of an increase in 19. We worked with the prior committee during the prior session to look at some one-time revenues that we anticipated occurring during that time due to the Federal Tax Cut and Jobs Act. And then you see a decrease in fiscal year 20, and that is partially due to the beginning of COVID. But business tax revenues fiscal year to date, for the first 6 months of the year, we are 14.3% above plan and 12.1% above fiscal year 2020. And again, we did remove the 18.3 million anomalous receivable that I mentioned earlier. We did remove that, so you have a more apples to apples comparison. In the next slide, we'll just go through kind of the effects that COVID-19 has had on business taxes. Obviously, for many businesses, the stay-at-home order hurt their business. Some survived, some did not. There's less activity generally in the economy, and then there's strain on businesses due to restrictions on employees. In terms of what's happening in the economy, obviously the unemployment rate plays a factor, shift in behaviors of businesses. Federal stimulus money and then state aid programs. Was a fair amount of money that was distributed to businesses to help them through this time in hopes that businesses would not have to close. And in large part, I think that was very helpful. When we're talking about federal aid programs, obviously the PPP loans or grants and the EIDL loans are important in terms of helping businesses through that time. In terms of changes in behavior, certain businesses are thriving. Home improvement stores, big box stores, anyone with an internet presence. If I can order it and it can show up at my house, that's certainly a good thing, as I'm not going into many stores at this point. Obviously, technology companies, as we all transition to working remotely, saw a benefit, and obviously medical providers, medical devices, et cetera, potentially benefited from the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it is important to note here in that sense that unlike other recessions, the pandemic and this downturn in the economy really had a disparate impact on businesses. It didn't impact all businesses the same. Some businesses saw significant reductions in revenue and potentially did need to close. Even with the state aid, it was not state or federal aid, it was not enough for them to stay open. Other businesses are thriving. And so it is a very different world when you look at the various types of businesses. And I think that has partially contributed to why we have not seen a large decrease or a significant impact on business tax revenue that we were originally potentially anticipating. Also, I will note, and we will talk more about this when we get into the more specific presentations, many of you are probably familiar with our annual report and the triangles that show the number of businesses and how much money businesses pay. The punchline from those charts is that very few businesses pay the vast majority of revenue to the state. And so when you're seeing impacts to smaller businesses, Main Street businesses, mom and pop shops, they definitely contribute to the New Hampshire economy and they pay revenue to the state, but it is not as significant as some very large businesses that pay a very large amount of revenue to the state. And so when you see impacts to those smaller businesses, we don't always see a direct reaction or a direct correlation to the revenue that we receive. In terms of the future outlook, as we've said before, lifted restrictions, the vaccine, and just general improvement of the economy will help business taxes kind of continue on this trend that we're seeing, which has been pretty consistent or has been pretty positive at this point. This is just a graph of the 10-year trend. You'll see that dip in fiscal year 2020. Fiscal year 21 plan is 786.0, and to date we are trending in a way that would have us hopefully meet plan, maybe come in slightly under. As Mr. Kane mentioned, again, March, April, and June are real critical months for business taxes as we get returns for tax year 2020 in the door, and we continue to receive estimate payments for tax year 21. I also, with business taxes, wanted to provide you with kind of a visual of the various types of revenue that we receive for business taxes. So at the very top in the lightest blue are tax notices. These could be a result of an audit. This could be a result of a penalty. This could be a return that we received without a payment. We'll send you a tax notice and tell you that you owe us money. The blue color are returns. So this is an actual return, fully filled out, filed with payment on its due date. Extensions are in the green. So you do have the ability here in New Hampshire to pay what you owe on the due date of your return, but get an automatic 7-month extension to actually fill out the actual return with all of the numbers. So if you're a corporation, on April 15th, you can pay us what you owe, but you can have an additional 7 months to fill out all the various forms and schedules and submit them to us in the fall. So that's what those extension payments are in the green. And then in red, the largest category are estimates. Businesses are generally required to file 4 quarterly estimates throughout the year, and that is where the vast majority of our revenue comes from. And then in the orange below the line, you will see those are refunds that we issue. when you break down estimates, our largest revenue source, into the various entity types, here you will see, again in the red, that corporations pay the largest amount of estimates. So our largest revenue source for business taxes comes largely from corporations. Next would be partnerships in the green, proprietorships in the light blue, and very small yellow for fiduciaries that you can see just kind of sneaking in there in some years. So this kind of goes back to what my conversation about the triangles and where we see the vast majority of our revenue comes in the form of estimates. They are generally based off of the business's prior year performance. They come in with very little information with them. It's just a number on a form and a payment attached to it. And then those are largely coming from corporations. This is just the last slide on business taxes, and then I will certainly stop for questions. This just shows generally the split between the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax. This comes out of the CAFR and can just be helpful to see how the two taxes kind of interwork with each other. The BET is available as a credit against the BPT. So if you paid $100 in BET and you have a $100 liability in BPT, you would essentially use your BET to offset your BPT and you would make no BPT payment. So again, this just shows the trends of those taxes over the past 10 years or so. At the bottom, you'll see the split. Typically, we run about 60% business profits tax, 40% BET. That does fluctuate year to year, but the splits are shown at the bottom. And I am happy to pause here and answer any questions.
Hey, start with Representative Alme.
Thank you. This last chart, I've been saying for years that, and been proved wrong for years, that the BET-BPT ratio would be varying a lot. And we have there for 2020 a very huge decline in the BET, but not the BPT, which is a lot smaller decline. Is that something you'd rely on, or do we need to continue to wait for those extensions from the biggest corporations?
That is a good question. So historically, the split between the two taxes has been based on a historic analysis, right? So in any given fiscal year, we're looking to the most recently completed tax year, and we're splitting the revenue as it comes in based on the most recently completed tax year, which is roughly 2 to 3 years behind. Recently, with our new RIM system, we're able to do a much more real-time adjustment to these revenues, or the split to these revenues, to reflect the true real-time split as opposed to relying on the historical split. So that is sort of what you're starting to see in fiscal year 20, I think, and it'll continue to be more accurate going forward. Again, we won't be looking to 2 or 3 years ago. We'll be looking to split the revenue as it actually comes in that month. And so we are working to get better accuracy with that data.
Thank you. That would indicate that we've got the much worse problem with employment than with profits of large corporations.
Which I think is generally consistent with kind of what we saw with the unemployment rate being high. But then, as we talked about, there are a number of businesses that are still very profitable in this time because this economic downturn is not impacting every business exactly the same.
Representative Bromley.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. As you know, we spent a lot of time on market-based sourcing and single sales factor over the last couple of years. And just for the new members too, we rolled the dice to say, let's go with market-based sourcing. Most states slowly but surely have been going to market-based sourcing, but that requires us to identify businesses in other states that we can tax, just as they're taxing us. So I guess we have given you a year here now, another year, because this doesn't really go into effect until the calendar year 2022 taxable year, correct? So I guess my only question is, have we started to gear up for the proverbial searching for these businesses that potentially would have to comply?
Sure, that's a good question. So you're right, market-based sourcing is taxable for taxable periods ending on or after December 31st of this year. So most of our taxpayers are calendar year taxpayers. And so if they are a full calendar year, then that change essentially was effective, on 1/1 of this year. We will be looking to identify taxpayers who may not be currently a taxpayer, but under market-based sourcing, they would be, because again, their customer is here. Under cost of performance, we were looking at where the service was actually being performed. So if they were sitting in this state, then we knew that that's where the service was being performed. So it was a little bit easier to identify those folks. And then going forward, we'll obviously be looking to potentially identify folks that are not currently paying tax, but would be due to have an obligation under market-based sourcing. Unfortunately, we didn't know this at the time. The global pandemic is not the ideal time to start sending out auditors looking for these businesses. Our audit activity has been reduced slightly, especially during the stay-at-home orders, and now has transitioned to more of a virtual auditing type experience for many taxpayers. But obviously, as restrictions are lifted and folks are able to travel more, we will be implementing the regular plan that we had to be identifying these businesses.
Commissioner, what percentage of the taxpayers are calendar years?
We are probably close to 90% of our taxpayers are on a calendar year basis.
That's good enough. Thanks.
Again, that's volume and not dollars. Obviously, we have some large taxpayers that are not on a calendar year, but 90% of the actual taxpayers are calendar year, which is why we look to make those changes. So anytime we're talking to you guys about making statutory changes, we like to have it effective at the end of the calendar year. So it's very clean and easy for those taxpayers.
Representative Janigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that something I'm assuming is true, and that would be that any business that received PPP payments or state aid of some kind, all those aid payments are taxable under BET and BPT?
In general, the answer to your question is yes. We can also talk to the committee about the taxability of state and federal aid when we come before you to talk about specific revenue estimates. That we'll be putting out guidance this week for businesses so that they are clear about the taxability of those payments. But in general, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Related to Representative Abrami's question, the changes in which kinds of corporations have done well over the past year, do you think that will have a positive or negative impact on what we thought would happen with market-based and single sales factor?
That's a good question. I think as the returns come in March and April, and we're able to get better insight into the specific impacts for specific industries, we'll be able to answer that question more thoroughly. Obviously, there's probably not much of a change for your big box stores in terms of market-based sourcing, because they're not service providers. They're selling tangible goods. But we can certainly look into, for those service providers, what sort of services did well under COVID, and will the shift to market-based sourcing be a net positive or net negative for the state for those businesses? You also bring up a good point about also taking market-based sourcing and then transitioning that to single sales factor. So we've been asked on numerous occasions for the fiscal impact for single sales factor, for the change to single sales factor from the 3-factor apportionment to just sales. And the first thing we need to do is understand the impact of market-based sourcing. So once we know what market-based sourcing has done, we get a return or two under our belt, we can better predict what is going to happen with single sales factor. But having those two changes kind of stacked on top of each other, it was impossible for us to determine what the revenue impact for single sales factor would be, largely due to what Representative Abrami mentioned, in that there are taxpayers that were not taxpayers under cost of performance that will be taxpayers under market-based sourcing. Once we have that data, then we can do the calculation for single sales factor. So it's kind of a step.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Now you can go into the historical trends.
Sure, historic revenue trends. This just takes everything I presented over fiscal year 11 to fiscal year 20 for all of the different taxes and just kind of puts them in one easy place for you to reference. You can see obviously business taxes at the top are our largest source of revenue, followed by the meals and rentals tax, and then tobacco. And then you can see the fluctuations year to year within those taxes. So just a nice, easy way to see what's been happening for all of the taxes over the past 10 years. And then here, this will be your fiscal year 21 revenues to date. This is through December from the revenue focus. We do include here the anomalous receivable, but you'll see generally, with the exception of M&R and CST, which is a little bit of a timing issue, the taxes have been performing well even under COVID. That's certainly not the case for every state. In general, broad-based sales taxes and broad-based income taxes have certainly felt more of an impact from COVID. And so New Hampshire has been slightly insulated from that without having those two broad-based taxes. You can also see in the last column the amount of revenue that we're anticipating in the last 6 months. So for instance, with business taxes, January through June, we plan to receive 58.4% of the revenue for the year. So even though we're 6 months through the year, we've still received we've received less than half of the revenue. The real one to know is I&D. In the last 6 months of the year, we will get almost 75% of the revenue. To date, we've only received about 25% of the revenue. And again, that's just to help inform you when you're looking at these numbers and you see the difference from plan, and you see, for instance, I&D is 62.8% ahead of plan. Well, we still have 3/4 of the year to go. And so that 68.2 may not last through the final 3/4 or the final half of the year, as we have 3/4% of the revenue to come in. Again, this is what Mr. Kane was referencing just in terms of timing of revenue. And so we thought it would be helpful for you to have this kind of all in one place.
That is helpful.
Good. Lastly, I'll just mention there are a few taxes that we administer that I didn't cover today. Those are the Medicaid enhancement tax, the nursing facility quality assessment, the railroad tax, the excavation tax, the timber tax, and the statewide education property tax. These taxes, the Medicaid enhancement and nursing facility quality assessment, are taxes that are restricted revenue that don't flow into the general and education trust fund. Railroad tax is a very small tax. The excavation and timber taxes, we administer those taxes on behalf of the municipalities. So that is revenue that is ultimately paid to the municipalities, but we assist them given our knowledge in sticks and stones and how to properly value those. And then the state education property tax, again, is assessed at a state level, but is collected and retained at the municipal level. With 1 minute to spare, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can the planning be any better? 1 minute and 1.5 hours. There is a question from Representative Ames, followed by Representative Alme.
Okay. Yeah, this is really a presentation question. It's the anomalous revenues and the subtraction or placement location of those anomalous revenues by fiscal year. And so we've got both interest and dividends tax and business tax affected by these to the tune of $30 million or so. And I've seen news reports that have sort of misunderstood the situation, and they see us booming along here in the current fiscal year at a pace that, in fact, is $30 million lower than what they're seeing. And I just wonder, you know, what your thoughts are about sort of helping people understand the reality of this situation and not losing track of the fact that, oh, you've got to subtract $30 million.
Right, good point.
Sure. So it's a little bit of a comparison of apples and oranges. So that 30.8 million is not included in fiscal year 20 cash basis revenue. It is included in fiscal year 20 audited revenue that's in the CAFR because it is part of the auditing adjustment. It is also included in fiscal year 21 cash basis revenue. So the fiscal year 21 revenue reports that you're receiving, it is included in there because it did come in the door in fiscal year 21. It was late fiscal year 20 revenue, but it was received in fiscal year 21. When we get to the fiscal year 21 CAFR, it will be removed from the cash basis. And so you can look cash basis to cash basis, you can look CAFR to CAFR, but when you look between cash basis and CAFR, it's apples and oranges. And that's where it can get confusing. So what we are going to do when we present revenue estimates to you is we're going to include it in fiscal year 21 cash basis because that's how the revenue focus is reported and that's how the comparison to plan will work. But when we look to fiscal year 21 being the base for which we're going to apply percentage changes, growth or decline for fiscal years 22, 23, we're going to remove that anomalous revenue because it is not anticipated to continue to come in that way every year. So we'll do fiscal year 21 cash basis. We will remove the anomalous receivable, and then we'll apply our growth rates for fiscal year 22 and 23. And again, when we come before the committee to do those presentations, we'll certainly spend some more time on that and make sure that everyone's comfortable. But it really comes down to the difference between looking at a cash basis report and an accrual or CAFR report. And historically, this has not been a significant adjustment because the amount of revenue that we receive in July and August that we pull into the prior year has been very consistent year to year. It's just because of this anomaly, which is why we're calling it anomalous receivable. It's just because of this 1 year with the extension with COVID that we're seeing the inconsistency year to year.
Okay, we have two more presentations, but I have two hands up and one question from each. And if you could say your question very quickly for a quick response, I would appreciate it. Representative Elmy first.
Okay, I'll try. There is one thing missing from other taxes DRA administers that I think the public does not understand very well. You are the guarantors for the entire property tax of the state of New Hampshire. And what that means is that you have to check the assessment methods and the budgets of all of the entities below the state and see what their whether they have problems with them, and then calculate the rates for town, county, school district, water district, and send them to each town to be used. So there's quite a lot of confusion, I think, in in how the property tax ends up being what it is in a lot of people's minds. And I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Sure, Chair, a great point. We have done some press in the past trying to educate folks about our role with property taxes and how their property tax bill comes to be. And we can certainly continue to do that to make sure folks are well aware.
Thank
Okay, Representative Bromley.
I'll be real quick. Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks, Norm. When it comes to the school building aid debt service for M&R and the $5 million transfer to Affordable Housing Fund, I mean, if I had my druthers, I'd like us to predict revenue on top and then subtract those. But when we compare revenue year to year, I think it was cleaner if we just said, this is how much room and meals revenue is and how much rent it is before we start subtracting. To me, the building aid and the debt service are building aid, debt service, and the Affordable Housing Fund transfer are more spending issues than what we're collecting on revenue. So I don't want to take up time here, but I think next week maybe Mike Kane and Chris Shea can also weigh in on this. How do we want to display those things when we start doing our revenue estimates? I just wanted to put that on the table for next week.
Sure, that's a great point. The other thing I would add to that list is LCHIP, which is
Right, LCHIP.
Right, that comes out.
out of RET every month. So, yep, great point.
This is something that's been bothering me the last couple of years. Let's just do a revenue is my vote, but let's have that discussion.
Sure.
Okay, I want to thank Commissioner for a great presentation, and we'll be seeing a lot more of you, especially over the next few weeks. All right, we want to move on to the next presenter, and the next presenter is Monica Mezzapella. I'm not sure I said her last name correctly, but she's the state treasurer. She joined the state treasury in May of 2014, serving as deputy state treasurer prior to being appointed commissioner of the treasurer. Monica began her career in public accounting and joined the state of New Hampshire in 2000, working as a financial and compliance auditor. In the Office of Legislative Budget Assistant. Spending the last 7 years as an audit manager, Monica is a certified public accountant and holds an AICPA designation of Chartered Global Management Accountants. Monica is a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the New Hampshire Government Financial Officers Association. Monica received her BS in accounting and finance from La Salle University in Mexico. Monica, you're on.
Good morning. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the opportunity to be here this morning. So I was invited to talk about some important topics. So hope I can provide in the information that you're looking for and answer some of your questions. So I would like to share my screen this morning with you. I just need to see if I can manage that.
Yep, I got it.
Can you see my screen? Perfect. Great. I'm just gonna see if I can do this. Excellent. Very good. So I will, again, I would like to just cover a few topics and I include them in the table of contents. So first, I would like to provide a brief overview of my role and the responsibilities of my office. Then I would like to talk about cash flow and our cash reserves. And then I'll discuss our debt management program. And hopefully there are questions for, there's time for some questions. So first, I would like to say that I am a nonpartisan constitutional officer. My office is responsible for managing the state public funds in our debt and bond program. Just let's see if I can change the layout here. Perfect. And we also have the oversight of the state's unclaimed property program, and I know I'm going to be back in about a week to speak more about that. I am also the trustee of the 529 College Savings Plan, and we collaborate with the College Tuition Savings Plan Advisory Commission for the oversight of that program. I'm also the co-administrator of the Stable New Hampshire Plan, which is a savings program for individuals with disabilities. For that program, I collaborate with the Governor's Commission on Disabilities Director, Chuck Sea. And so with regard to policy, we inform policymakers regarding the financial impact of various policy initiatives. For example, we developed the debt affordability study to provide information for prudent bonding authorizations. And we do not advocate for or against legislation. Also, due to my position, I am an ex officio member of several statutory boards and commissions, such as the New Hampshire Retirement System, Business Finance Authority, New Hampshire Municipal Bond Bank, and others. So moving on to cash and investment activities. Our office is responsible for the daily administration of between 200 and 700 plus million in cash, although in fiscal year 19 and the beginning of 20, we reached about 900 million in our cash position. And we've also had the custody and the management of the 1.25 billion that we're from the CARES money that we received from the federal government. So we perform a variety of cash management activities. We perform cash flow forecasting, liquidity reviews. We collect and concentrate the agency bank deposits. We monitor disbursements. All the payment files and paper checks go through my office. We respond to numerous agency payment inquiries, and we reconcile approximately 80 bank and investment accounts. So once we're able to pay our vendors and our payroll and the various state programs, and we pay for our banking services, either through direct charges or via compensated balance arrangements, especially now with the low interest rate environment, we want to make sure we have enough interest to pay for the banking services. So if we have excess liquidity, we invest them in authorized short-term investments, typically money market accounts and in interest-bearing accounts. So our investment policy dictates us to preserve the value and safety of the principal, provide sufficient liquidity for the state financial operations, and optimize the rate of return. So a few more points I would like to mention. Nearly all cash received by the Treasury is pooled to fund cash operations. All taxes, fees, assessments, aid from the federal government, including dedicated funds, are all what we call pool cash. So funds are segregated in the state's accounting system for proper financial reporting, but we do not hold dedicated funds separately, except for approximately 50 trust and custodial accounts that we have. For that, we do have those funds in separate custody. So with all of that, I'm pleased to say that the state currently has sufficient liquidity, but the cash is not as robust as it was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we need to continue to monitor our revenues. We need to continue to monitor the revenues as they come in, and also how the state manages its expenditures in order to ensure adequate liquidity. So it will all depend on how, again, how revenues continue to come in, and how the state is managing the expenditures in order for us to go back to pre-pandemic levels. Oh, one thing I didn't mention. One thing I meant to mention is our interest earnings unfortunately, we're not anticipated to receive some interest earnings over the next fiscal years due to the low interest rate environment. So the good news is that we have the state has a healthy reserve account. We have 150.5 million in the revenue stabilization account or the rainy day fund. So RSA 9:13-E provides the framework on how to use this fund. So subject to limitations, any surplus at the end of the fiscal biennium is transferred into this account. The maximum allowable in the account is 10% of unrestricted general fund revenues of the last fiscal year of the prior biennium. So currently the cap is 162.2 million. And again, in fiscal year 20, the balance still is 150.5 million, which is 7% of fiscal year 19 general fund revenues. So transfers out of the fund are permitted if two conditions are met. One is the budget deficit. A budget deficit needs to occur for the most recently completed biennium, and unrestricted general fund operating revenues will need to fall short of the budgeted amount. The amount to be transferred is the lesser of the budget deficit or the revenue shortfall. And of course, the procedure for that is that the controller will have to notify and request approval of the fiscal committee and the governor. So transfers other than for those purposes require approval of the governor and 2/3 of each chamber. So on this slide, the last point I would like to make is that the rating agencies would like us to reach the maximum allowable balance in the rainy day fund. And that is really to be prepared for an economic downturn in, like the one we're dealing with right now. So that brings us to how we finished the year, fiscal year 20. I'm including in this slide, I'm including a chart that comes from the last CAFR. And my intention is to highlight really the bottom part of this table is the undesignated fund balance as of June 30, 2020. So this table is providing us with the unrestricted revenue for the year, the appropriations against those revenues, some lapses generated, and again, the end result in fiscal year 20 was a negative 51.2 million. So again, my intention is just simply to highlight how we finished the year, and also this table shows the end result of the Education Trust Fund and obviously the reserves that we have, which is in the rainy day fund. So all of this is a result of a massive effort to control the pandemic. All these efforts to stimulate the economy, to provide relief to those who needed it, along with some cost containment efforts instituted by the governor during the year, and we still finished the year with this deficit. So because the state doesn't craft a biennial budget, the state didn't have to do anything at this point of the biennium. So now the challenge is going to be, again, to monitor revenues, to monitor expenditures, and the legislature will have to work on drafting a new balanced budget for the upcoming biennium, and also address a potential deficit at the end of the biennium. So fortunately, the state has as I mentioned before, has a healthy rainy day fund that could be used to address a potential deficit. But something I would like to highlight again is the importance of maintaining the reserve account and to build a backup in order to respond to fiscal needs timely and for future economic downturns. So moving on to debt management. So the state treasurer is responsible for administering 1.1 billion in bonds outstanding as of June 30, 2020. 741 million are in general obligation bonds. That borrowing is backed by the full faith and credit of the state. 70% of that debt is paid from unrestricted general fund revenues, and we use those bond proceeds to pay capital improvements and infrastructure projects. The bonds are typically issued, the maturity of those bonds are 20 years, and we typically pay 60% of principal in the first 10 years, and the other 40% in the last 10 years. We also have 296 million in turnpike revenue bonds, and that the services pay from turnpike revenue, the turnpike toll revenues. Also, we have the 91 million of grant anticipation revenue bonds, or the GARVI bonds, and that debt service is supported by the revenue we receive from the Federal Highway Administration. As of June 30, 2020, we had bonds authorized and issued of 660 million, and 234 million of that were for GEO bonds. So we perform a variety of debt management activities. We monitor compliance with the IRS and the MSRB regulations. As part of that process, we prepare our voluntary and required bond disclosures. We also track capital expenditures in order to know how much we need to borrow, and also to see how if we're spending the bond proceeds within the time allowed, especially for tax-exempt bond issues. And lastly, we pay all the debt service. So the borrowing costs are largely influenced by the state credit rating. We work closely with the rating agencies when they evaluate the state's financial condition and the operating results. The rating agencies typically focus on key points and key aspects, and the main ones are the rainy day fund balance, whether the state has a balanced budget. They also look at Medicaid, pension, and post-employment benefit liabilities and funding levels, and that's to see if those liabilities could create additional burden, fiscal burden to the state. They also consider the stability and diversity of revenue sources, and they also appreciate legislative flexibility to manage revenues, expenditures, and reserves. So we receive ratings from Moody's, Fitch, and S&P Global. Moody's assigns the state a AA1 within a stable outlook. Fitch gives the state a AA+ within a stable outlook, and S&P Global gives the state a AA within a stable outlook. So in this couple of slides, I'm including a few quotes from the rating agencies that I would like to just read to you, some of the positives and a few of the not so positives. So for example, Moody's says that New Hampshire has a sound economy, strong governance, and low debt and pension burden. Before the coronavirus-induced recession, rapid economic growth yielded strong revenue performance, which in turn bolstered the state's available reserves and rainy day fund following years of narrow balances. New Hampshire has relatively high wealth levels and a broad, stable tax base, which has helped maintain low debt burden. The state's robust governance and fiscal management are likely to provide sufficient responses to these challenges. And the not so positives are New Hampshire has the population dynamics of New Hampshire could yield economic pressure over the medium term, and high post-employment benefits and rising Medicaid costs may yield budgetary pressures. So along those lines, Fitch has similar comments, lower liabilities and strong ability to control its budget, both in terms of revenues and expenditures. New Hampshire is a prosperous state that has shifted rapidly from manufacturing to services, and small government and low spending are characteristic of this state. S&P Global has similar comments. New Hampshire has established record of proactive financial and budget management, including timely budget adjustments, low management overall debt burden relative to peers, coupled with rapid amortization. The rainy day fund reserve levels, while improved over the past 2 biennium, but remain well below the state's 10% maximum funding policy. And that's what I meant by what rating agencies would like to see us increase the levels and the rainy day fund. So overall, many positive comments from the rating agencies, and that's what drives the ratings that we receive. And again, the borrowing cost that we're able to obtain. So the last page of my presentation here is I'm including a link to some of the publications that we post to our website. I'm including here the Treasury Dashboard. As many of you know, my predecessor created this dashboard, and I continue to update this dashboard on a monthly basis. And this dashboard captures key metrics that we track, which you may find helpful. We track our liquidity, our bonds outstanding. We also track the status of our abandoned property claims, our key debt metrics, and our credit rating, and how we compare to other states. And the last chart in this dashboard shows our borrowing cost. And I recently updated this table, and it shows how we did in our last bond issue. So we obtained a yield of 1.587%, which is the lowest we've had going back to 2009. And that concludes my presentation. I know I went pretty quickly, but I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, Monica, let me ask the first question. How does our state compare to other states where we have to have 10% of our funds in the rainy day? Other states, I hear some of them are 5% goals. Can you explain why?
Yeah, so I don't have particular details on the states, but certainly there are many states that have large rainy day funds, and many of the states receive better ratings from the rating agencies. So I can provide you some more details on that. Again, I don't have, I know it goes across the spectrum. There are states, many states that have more income, sales tax, income tax. They tend to fund those levels at a higher level. But New Hampshire at this point has, again, has been praised for how we've been able to fund the rainy day fund. Again, and the point of this is really to, perhaps the state may need to utilize that tool at the end of the fiscal biennium. So the rating agencies would like us to be able to, increase those funding levels, so we're able to, respond to fiscal needs, and also the current economic downturn and potential future, budget pressures, and again, future economic downturns.
So does it boil down to, if you're a broad-based tax state, the percentage would be closer to 5%. If you're not a broad-based tax state, then you require 10%.
So the limit is really, our limit is established in statute. So again, I'm not familiar with the other structures in other states, but I can certainly try to research that for you and provide you with some information. But I think it's just the concept of having sufficient reserves in order to if there are, and again, the ability for all the states to use reserves are different than in New Hampshire. In New Hampshire, we're limited to the results of the biennium. In other places, they're able to reach into those reserves. And so in this state, we can until the biennium ends, and that's when the state can take action. So again, I think it's a variety of, I think different states have different methods of how to address this. And again, I will try to provide you with some more information of how all the states have their structure.
We have 4 people with their hands up. Representative Almy, you want to unmute yourself.
Thank you. S&P seemed particularly concerned with us not having reached the maximum. We're only 13 million or something like that below it, which makes it a little odd they're doing that. But I am wondering, do other states only put the rainy day fund on one of their funds, on their general fund? Because we only have it on the general fund itself, and not the education trust fund, which the general fund has to support if it has problems. And then there are transportation funds, and there's the whole question of the local property tax, but that's out of this.
Yeah, again, that's a great question. I don't think I have the details, how all the states have this structure. We do have, our mechanism is part of the general fund. And it really is designed to provide that relief for, potential fiscal deficit or when there are revenue shortfalls. But again, I'll be happy to look into how all the states, handle their rainy day fund a little more. I know the rating agencies, when we were talking to them this last fall, they were pleased to know that we have now been able to, we haven't had the need to touch the rainy day fund. So we haven't really had the need to do short-term borrowing, even though we've, they saw that we had a projected deficit. So again, they know that we can tap into that rainy day fund to take care of that deficit if there is a need, if we end up with a deficit. And so the concept of having this reserve fund, it is very important. Just like, in our personal lives, it's good to have that reserve fund for any, emergencies and that type of thing. So the concept is really that but again, I'll be happy to do that. So S&P like the idea that the state has been able to increase the rainy day fund, and that's why they, as part of what they think is if the state continues to review the levels of rainy day fund, even if they need to be used for this biennium, but if the state focuses on building that back up, one of the comments that they're made is that they will consider a potential upgrade in our ratings. So it's all about how they see how we're going to be able to meet and respond to future fiscal pressures and economic downturns. So that's really the concept is that.
Representative Tucker has a question.
Yes, it's a wonderful presentation. I'm delighted that you have given so much time to talking about bond ratings. And your predecessor had very strong feelings about where he wanted to see the state go, so they would pay lower interest and generally, present itself to businesses who were thinking of moving here and so forth as a strong economy and a strong background. Do you have a goal of a particular bond rating and comments that you'd like to see from, we'll say, S&P Global? He had a very clear picture of what he'd like to see, and I wondered whether you followed in his footsteps.
Thank you for the question. I will do my best to follow his footsteps. So really it is a team effort here, to be able to reach, to be able to improve our ratings. It really is an enormous effort. And the state has done a tremendous job this year, again, trying to stimulate the economy, providing relief to those who needed it. And, with the CARES funding, how the governor and the various task force and some of the legislators participated in that work, and how the funds were targeted to really provide that relief to those needed. And so with all of that the goal is really to continue stimulating this economy so we can provide, again, the better the economy, the revenues will continue to come in stronger. We wouldn't need to be worried about adjusting our expenditures. We will be able to meet those expenditures. So it really is that ability to continue with this overall effort. One of the positives that New Hampshire has had this year is the tax structure. How, by the way the state has their taxes, is not really focused on an income tax or a sales tax. It's just the way it was designed. And that is providing that ability for some to perform really well, and the ones that are not performing that well, at least those funds are being compensated. So my goal is absolutely to keep working and to try to communicate to the rating agencies how how the state continues to respond to all of these pressures and all of these challenges that we have as a state, and all states have, obviously that's the same challenge. But I have to say, this last fall, when it was my first time trying to sell bonds, and I was working with a team of state experts, folks from HHS, folks from retirement systems, all of us talking together to talk about, how the state really is performing and how well the state has been doing. And it really paid off, because the rating agencies affirmed the rates that we had. And so that is great news. Some of the states were downgraded this year because of, a variety of reasons. New York and other places were impacted, and we were not. And so again, it was a very good story to tell. And it is just, again, it's just something that we need to continue. And
okay, we have two more questions.
Great. Thank you.
Representative Bromney, followed by Senator Daniels. Representative Bromney.
Nice presentation, Monica. In the early years of me being on Ways and Means, I tracked the unfunded pension liability pretty much every year. I've kind of not done that in a while. And in the old days, it was the sixth highest adjusted for size of the state. And that's why it was like in the range of 5 billion is what our unfunded liability was. And then I was surprised to see that Moody said we had a low pension burden. Can you kind of reconcile that? Has things gotten any better? Did I miss something? Or I guess compared to other states, they must think we look really good in this area, because I know a lot of states have big dollar-wise pension liabilities. But again, not too long ago, even our state was ranked 6th in terms of when you adjust for the size of a problem. So can you just address that real quick?
Yes, I think again, thank you for the question. I think you said it right. I think overall, the state has I guess it's in a better position than other states. We do have, as I mentioned before, they do worry about the funding levels. So especially the post-employment benefits, that is something that the state doesn't have a separate trust, doesn't a pay as you go basis. So for those liabilities, the rating agencies, they keep mentioning they worry about that. But overall, the state has a low debt burden. Also, they praise New Hampshire, again, for our debt levels in terms of our general obligation bonds. We do not borrow as much. Our our debt is low compared to other states. I mean, we just went out and we issued 47 million in bonds, and we do it once a year. Other states, there were large issues in the fall from other states. So overall, again, we just have a lower debt burden that compared to other states. So, and you're right, the pension liability is something that, you know, the state will have to continue to work on. And one of the positives that they saw this last time is the retirement, the Board of Trustees lowered the expected rate of return. And that typically is a sign that, you know, when you do that, even though there will be higher contributions in the beginning, but that is an attempt to try to address those funding levels rather than not addressing them. So I think that's part of that comment is really how the state keeps positioning better every time. And so again, compared to other states, we are in a better position.
Okay, the last question from Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any benefits to New Hampshire in building the rainy day fund to a level higher than the threshold is currently set?
Yeah, that's a great question. It really is, you know, it really is a difficult question to answer, because building the rainy day fund to the highest level perhaps will give us a better rating. But at the same time, you know, that is a challenge for legislators, really, for policymakers. You know, do you really put all your money into this savings account essentially, or do you really want to spend your funds in programs that are needed and invest in, you know, a variety of communities and all of those policy initiatives that, you know, legislators and perhaps the governor will have. And so that is a challenge. That really is a challenge and is a good question. I think it's a balancing act. Again, trying to maximize our savings and our reserves, at the same time trying to meet the obligations of the state. So I know, for example, my predecessor used to say directly to the rating agencies, you know, this is a challenge, and the state is doing a great job providing some aid to municipalities and providing some more, you know, assistance with infrastructure and all of those programs that the state has done over the last few years. But at the same time, obviously, you know, increasing the balance and the levels in the rainy day funds is important, especially, again, you know, in a year like this one, in a time like this one, we do want to have some reserves in order to meet those obligations.
Well, thank you, Monica, for that excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here.
And we'll be talking to you again. Okay.
Yes. Yes, you will. Thank you.
The last presentation for the morning is going to be from Mr. Taylor Caswell, who is Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs, which was established by an act of the legislature in 2017. He was appointed to the role by Governor Sununu. Commissioner Caswell serves as the Chief Economic Advisor to the Governor and oversees the State Department of Economic Development and Travel and Tourism Development, enabling and growing the economic vitality for residents and employees in the state of New Hampshire. In his role, Caswell has defined the narrative of New Hampshire as a place where people want to live and work and where companies can grow and thrive in the state's unique tax and opportunity climate. In collaboration with policymakers, stakeholders, and business leaders, he's working to update and modernize the state broad infrastructure and community and economic stakeholders into a more strategic and meaningful network that will be critical to sustaining and growing New Hampshire's economy. Casual experience in the private sector includes structuring and funding renewable power and affordable housing development, financing services and government relations work for a Fortune 500 energy company. And prior to joining the BEA, he was Executive Director of the New Hampshire Community Development Finance Authority and served as the New England Regional Administrator for the U.S. Housing and Urban Development, a White House level appointment from Mr. Caswell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see everyone. Wish we were in person, obviously, I think like the rest of us. I wanted to give you a couple of updates on where things stand from a business standpoint. Give you a little bit of update on what we've been doing over the course of the last couple of months, and have some time for some questions at the end. Just briefly, the Department of Business and Economic Affairs has really sort of, I think, developed over the last couple of years. Now, as Mr. Chairman recognized, now we're coming up to 4 years of that. And really, we're becoming, I think, above all else, kind of a one-stop functionality for our business community, but also in working with other departments and other agencies in collaborating on business expansion efforts and initiatives of the like. And I'm happy to talk about those at any point. But a good example, of course, would be on the workforce side and the developing relationship that we've really engaged in with New Hampshire Employment Services, who I know you're hearing from later today, especially over the course of the last couple of months. But we do all of the state's business recruitment. We work with companies that want to come to New Hampshire, companies that are in New Hampshire that seek to expand. A lot of the work that we do in our travel and tourism industry side, we're increasingly using as well to help buttress those recruitment efforts. Even talking about workforce recruitment is a big issue, as we just heard about with Monica, and student recruitment is another area where we've been working with our university system and others to bring those students to New Hampshire and hopefully sell them on the idea of staying here and working here over a period of time. The last piece that we also manage is the state's international relations and trade and export work. So we have a division of the Office of International Commerce that does a lot of that activity, and that has actually been a reasonably busy space for us over the last couple of months. Over the last couple of months through the COVID response, BA has been really sort of put into a position of response and working with businesses to get them what they need. We acted very early on during the whole essential business period of time there in March and April of last year, helping businesses understand what the requirements were going to be going forward. And then the governor formed the New Hampshire Economic Reopening Task Force, of which I was the co-chair with DJ Betancourt in the governor's office. And we continue to meet to this day on a regular basis, trying very hard to find sort of that balance between public health and the ongoing goal of limiting transmission and now getting people vaccinated, along with maintaining economic, the degree of economic vitality that we can for businesses during that time, provide jobs for people and continue to make investments. As I mentioned, we did a lot of technical assistance. I would say well over 10,000 individual emails and phone calls and web inquiries came into the department over the last several months. And we've worked with all those businesses over that time to get them hopefully what they needed. The other thing I wanted to mention was a relationship that really developed through this with the chambers of commerce around the state. This really emerged as being a very important relationship for us, and I think for members of the chamber community as well, in really being able to focus in on what were the individual specific needs, either in a locality or in a region, and provide some resources in collaboration with our department to help businesses in those regions be in position to come out of this in the strongest possible way that they can. We utilized some of the CARES Act funds to provide some resources to our chambers to be able to continue to play the role that they play. And we arranged that in a regional context, which ended up being very successful and allowed for several things to come from it, not the least of which is, as I mentioned, our relationship with Employment Services. We did a number of virtual job fairs around the state, and those continue that were extremely successful. I'm sure George and Rich will speak to you about later. But one of the benefits that came from that was on the New Hampshire Employment Services job portal. Typically, if you were looking for a job, and a lot of jobs are listed there, if you haven't seen it, you should check it out. But they were by town. And what we find is that a lot of people obviously want to search in a certain region where they might live. And so we were able to work with the Employment Services and the chambers to make that small adjustment to the job portal, which I think in the end has made a pretty big difference for people that have been looking for jobs. So if they want to look for a job in the North Country, they don't have to know each individual community that they have to search under. They can search, for this. So a small thing, but I think a good example of some of the stuff that we've been working on in the background.
Listen, I'll be through.
I would say, again, I know you're going to hear from them in terms of the unemployment numbers. I'm sure all of you are very aware of how we've been on a bit of a roller coaster in that regard over the last couple of months. And I'll let them speak to that. But in terms of biggest impacts that we've seen, I don't think I need to tell any of you that that's pretty clearly been in our hospitality and in our tourism industry. They've really, I think, had to bear the burden of the double whammy of the pandemic itself, and I think now more so in the areas of customer confidence and people, the willingness of people to go out, stay in a hotel or visit a restaurant has been a challenge that's faced by all the tourism industry and the hospitality industry nationwide, not just here in New Hampshire. But due to the importance of that industry here, it's one that we're paying a good amount of attention to. And we work very closely with their representatives and their members of the reopening task force. And we've made almost constant adjustments to the guidance to be able to accommodate different requests where we can to that industry. I really want to emphasize the role that plays, not just because of the number of jobs that are out there, but also obviously in terms of state revenue and the meals and rents tax and the role that they play in that particular line item. But I would also say, as I mentioned earlier, a big part of what we're doing at the department here at Business and Economic Affairs is the recruitment piece. And I will tell you that no matter who we're talking to, whether it's businesses or potential workforce or students or whoever, or tourists or whoever it is, one of our biggest advantages is the fact that we live in a beautiful state and we have a very high quality of life. And the messages across all of those various audiences are increasingly consistent and one that we really value in terms of being able to do the work that we need to be doing with regard to that. So the need to continue to support the tourism industry is multifaceted and not just limited to the jobs and the revenue numbers. I think it is obviously a big part of what we have here in New Hampshire and a big part of what we offer to all those that we need to be able to come here. Other sectors that we have seen continue to do reasonably well through this process under the circumstances. Manufacturing industry, we've seen increasing investment. And I will say, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but the level of activity we have in our recruitment team, our business recruitment team, is probably as high as I've seen it throughout this whole period of time. We've seen some pretty substantial investments made in New Hampshire. Lidl in Rochester made a substantial investment and expansion. We saw Millipore Sigma in Jaffrey as well also make recent announcements. Lonza in Portsmouth is actually is working with Moderna right now, and they're actually manufacturing the vaccine that is one of the two that are approved in the United States and are extremely engaged in that. They've, I think, reconfigured their entire operation to do just that. Up in Representative Tucker's neck of the woods, we just saw a purchase of Gorham Paper and Tissue Company there by a new firm, which we're very encouraged to see that. We've already started working with them regularly and getting them hopefully what they need to continue to retain those jobs and grow. And they've got some interesting ideas on what they can do there, and hallelujah for that. And the other thing I would mention as well is you're going to, I think, probably over the course of the next year, see a lot more activity around the offshore wind industry development in the Gulf of Maine. We're working with the federal government and with Massachusetts and Maine in that regard, in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in Washington. It's an area that we've been highly committed to, and we see that a great opportunity for growth, not just in the new industries, but in our existing industries, to be able to find additional markets and supply chains that they can supply. In terms of where we're headed and the position that we're in, I would point once again, as I think I did last time we met, the UNH and the Carsey Institute does their regular net migration updates, and they did one in December. And again, we continue to see very, very positive news on the net migration numbers into New Hampshire. We are the fastest growing state in that regard in the northeastern United States. We have been now for a couple of years. And most of the growth is coming in those key demographic areas that we've been targeting, which is the younger generation, I would say 25 to 35 roughly range. We are seeing some pretty decent expansion in that area and growth. And that's obviously really important to the long-term ability to supply workforce as well as to keep our communities vibrant. Access to technology. Obviously, we are going to continue to see a workspace and a work environment that's very different and very similar to the one that we're engaging in right now, where there's a lot of virtual and remote activity that's going on, presents all sorts of new opportunities for companies and for employees to choose much more, to place, I would say, a lot more priority on the choice of where they're going to live that isn't necessarily tied to the place where they're going to work. It may be ultimately, but I think that presents a pretty substantial opportunity. I've mentioned this in a couple of other forums, but it was, I think, back in the late summer that REI, the big company out in the West Coast, had built a whole new headquarters building, I believe in Washington State, that they were getting ready to move into. But their experience in managing a remote workforce was so positive, both in terms of the ability to run the company, but also in terms to recruit and retain workforce, that they ended up selling the building before they even got in it. I'm not suggesting that's happening at a large scale, but I do think that it's a good example of the type of new viewpoint that we're going to see a lot of employers have. And given New Hampshire's proximity to urban areas, proximity to quality workforce, proximity to decent technology availability to do that remote work, I think that we're going to be in a reasonably strong position. I think I would also mention, in terms of opportunities, going back again to the tourism industry. We track things like upcoming reservations that have been made at different hotels in the state and other, I would say, more anecdotal news. But if we are able to have more people vaccinated, as we're expecting by late spring and early summer, we can expect a pretty substantial tourism season. I have a sneaking suspicion that there are lots and lots of people in Boston, Hartford, Providence, and New York that are just itching to get into the outdoors and find some opportunities to get away from the city. And we want to be in a very strong position to be able to accommodate them at that time and take advantage of all that I've mentioned that we need to with our tourism industry. The final thing, and then I'll be quiet for a few minutes, is we have made a number of investments, as you are well aware, over the last several months using the CARES Act funds for our business community. And in fact, if you count the Main Street Relief Funds, the SELF program, the GAP program, and a couple of other smaller programs, we provided in excess of $500 million worth of business support programming through the Governor's Office for Economic Relief and Recovery over the past several months. And I think that that's made a very substantial difference in the ability for a lot of businesses to continue operating. We've had some ups and downs with the federal programming through the SBA and the Payroll Protection Program and the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, both of which are now back up and running, thankfully, with some new administrative functions and with some new priorities, all of which I think are very positive. But I do think that those investments and the speed with which we made them were pretty important in able to helping a lot of our industry, particularly last summer, really weather the storm of the pandemic. The other important piece to really mention here, and I know George and Rich will probably mention this later, but the investment that we made in the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is one that's going to have a benefit to all businesses around the state. The use of around $50 million to make sure that that trust fund remained very solvent is going to pay off going forward in 2021 for a lot of obvious reasons. But I think the reason from my standpoint that I raise it is the fact that we're going to be able, I think, employers will be much more willing to rehire and bring people back into the workforce if they're not having to cover the cost that would have been befallen them if we wouldn't have made this investment. Under, as you well know, under law, the state employers have to help reimburse that trust fund when it gets to a certain level. And we're able to avoid a good portion of that and make rehiring something that is a little less painful for our employers as we start to come out of this. And I do think that that's an important investment that occasionally gets overlooked. We made a similar investment with CARES Act dollars for the nonprofit community as well, who also have to pay for their employees into the trust fund. We dedicated, I think, as I recall, about $15 million for that purpose to help give them that similar benefit. I do think that those are some important points to raise here as well. I would finally say that if we do end up seeing some additional stimulus from Washington over the next couple of months and or maybe even weeks, which seems increasingly likely based on the reports that we're seeing, those will be resources that we will be able to hopefully direct towards long-term investments as a result of the way that we managed our CARES Act funds in sort of what we'll say the first round of all of this federal money that's made available. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to pause and entertain any questions that any of the members may have.
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Casual. I'll get back to it. Representative Alme.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taylor, this is the revenue committees, and we need to raise the revenues for the services of the state, without which the businesses as well as the citizens are going to have a very hard time here. I'm worried about the increasing dependence on businesses that are selling things outside the state at a time that we are talking about going to the single sales factor for apportionment, which would mean that most of those businesses that have been paying the most into state coffers are not going to be paying. Do you have any thoughts on the relationship between our revenue structure and the mix of businesses that we're recruiting?
I would say that, Representative, with regard to the single sales factor issue, my experience over the last couple of years has been a lot of the companies that we see growth in, and I would say these are in higher technology areas, life science industry, advanced manufacturing, those sorts of companies are used to a single sales factor environment. And in fact, when we are often in competition for a lot of these businesses to be in New Hampshire, we are competing with states that have made that transition. And it does put us, in the eyes of those particular companies, at a bit of a disadvantage. I'm going to have to say that it's up to members of these committees, as well as others, and DRA and others on the revenue side of things. I mean, my real role here is to continue to be able to grow the economy, and the trajectory that I see, I would say for the most part, is that companies that are looking to take advantage of a highly educated workforce, which is in a lot of ways one of our major selling points, are companies that are typically favorable to a single sales factor environment.
Because it means they don't have to pay into our services.
You could ask them exactly why they like that better. I think a lot of it has to do with consistency among other states that they operate.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you covered an awful lot in your presentation. You identified a lot of issues, a lot of good things that are going on, things that we need to be aware of. Do you have a document that you could share with the committee that covers these points, either in bullet forms or that? There's a lot of good information there. And
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will definitely get these all written down and sent over to you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions to ask the commissioner? If not, we've had a pretty busy morning, and so we'll call the morning over. But we're going to start exactly at 1 o'clock with the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Employment Security. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Members, you can remain connected and just mute your audio and your video and just come back after lunch.
No, I'm gonna get off.
Hi, Representative Major.
Yes.
Just wanted to let you know that I've promoted Mr. Gottlob to the panelists, so he'll be here and ready to go. Mr. Gottlob, if you have any questions, feel free to chime in.
No, thank you, Jennifer.
So, Brian Gottlieb will be the first presenter this afternoon.
He is the director of ELMI. Bruce DeMay was the prior director that used to speak with us on that topic.
Yeah.
And Rich Lavers has also joined us, and I've promoted him to panelist. They'll be speaking together on the employment security topics.
Okay. We don't have a bio on them, do we?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a bio on them?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Do we have a bio on?
Oh, possibly not. I don't think we do.
Okay, they'll just have to tell us.
He's been a economist working on New Hampshire, the New Hampshire economy for a very long time, and we've seen him every now and then. He worked basically as a consultant.
Yeah,
but he can probably tell you about himself.
Yeah, different role this time around. I'm used to being here as a private economist.
He's the one I was talking about, figured out the relationship between the tobacco tax and the gasoline price.
Right.
Yeah, the real relationship.
Which is part of our problem with that right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't looked at those numbers in a while. I know that tobacco tax had been up for a while. I don't know recently how it's been. People smoke in the pandemic.
The tobacco tax is doing real well, thanks to Massachusetts.
Yes. All the mentholated cigarette smokers have come over here.
I wonder whether they really have.
We were told they were going to do it before it happened.
I know, and mentholated cigarettes are primarily promoted to Black and brown neighborhoods.
And females.
And maybe females. And so I wonder whether if you went to the parking lots of where they sell these, you would see a difference in the clientele.
I live right on the border, and the sale of methyl cigarettes really went sky high once Massachusetts stopped them.
Well, I wonder whether the targeted groups are coming to New Hampshire. That's an interesting question. That's beyond
My question was also going to be how many of them were already coming to New Hampshire. So.
Well, except somewhere the spike has to be accounted for.
It shows it in our revenues.
It's a terrible way to make a living.
Oh, yes.
It is.
We have a lot of terrible ways to make a living. Sin taxes, remember?
Yeah. We could always
stress
depend
is
on
part of it. People are staying home and smoking.
Yeah, we could always depend on our revenue from tobacco taxes to slowly drop. But once Massachusetts got rid of methanol,
right,
they went quickly higher. So
it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, 1 o'clock. We have two presenters from the Department of Employment Security. Rich Lavers is Deputy Commissioner, and Brian Gottlob, Director of Economic and Labor Market Information Bureau. And they have a whole hour to bring us up to speed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so again, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security. So I'm joined today by Brian Gottlob, who many of you have seen before and have heard from before. And today he's in his current role, fairly new, although with the experience we've had over the last 10 months, it feels like a lot more in terms of years that's gone by. But Brian is our current director of our Economic and Labor Market Information Bureau. So what we thought we would do for the presentation today, we have some slides that we'll be able to share. I believe they were promoted up to the website earlier today, but we'll share our screen. You'll hear from both Brian and myself, mostly from Brian. This is really his wheelhouse. And we'll talk about workforce, we'll talk about pandemic, and we'll also be able to talk a little bit about what we've been doing outside of the unemployment program that Commissioner Caswell had described earlier in his presentation as well, with some of our virtual services that we've been providing to help employers connect with job seekers. So without further ado, I'll try not to screw up a screen share here. And hopefully everyone can see the slides.
Good job.
Everything look good? Okay, so I'm going to be in the driver's seat, which means that depending on how Mr. Gottlob has been behaving and how well he and I have been getting along, will determine how much I screw around with the presentation when he thinks he's on one slide, and I'll move him on to the next. But we will start with an overview of what we'll be covering. Then I'll provide some perspective on some of the claim numbers, some of the programs by source in terms of the dollars that we've been paying out. Then we'll transition back to Brian. Then we'll talk a little bit about the trust fund. And then we'll have some more information that Mr. Gottlob will be sharing, and obviously look forward to questions from the members as well. So we'll start here with our overview, and I'll turn it over to Brian.
Terrific. Thank you, Richard. And I'm going to apologize up front. I'm working from home. I don't typically do that. I have a heating issue. And I also have a dog that loves to bark at the mailman or anybody that walks by the house. So unfortunately, you may hear him barking. So you can all hear me?
Yes.
All right, terrific. So just as an overview, I think it's pretty clear that the US economy is struggling right now. And because New Hampshire is a small economy, we are subject to those national forces. So we're not immune from the larger national and regional trends. So things have taken a step back in the recent months. I said this a couple of months ago that employment possibly could fall in the coming months as the pandemic surges. Last Friday, we heard the report, or 2 Fridays ago, we heard the report nationally that employment actually declined in the month of December for the first time in 7 months. And I would expect that that's possible in New Hampshire. So the short term is going to be really difficult, certainly nationally, but the outlook is reasonably weak in New Hampshire as well for the next few months. But longer term, very bullish on the New Hampshire forecast, and most of the risk in the forecast is to the upside. The national legislators passed a $900 million stimulus, and that has been important. It provided additional PPP loans to businesses, provided an extension of unemployment benefits, a number of other things, and I believe that will stave off us falling back into another recession. And there's going to be a new stimulus, and that has caused my forecast to improve a bit. There's a high probability, and I'm not pessimistic, but there's a high probability that it will be at least 2022, in the second half of 2022, before New Hampshire recovers all of the jobs that we've lost during the pandemic. New Hampshire's, again, downside risks are mostly short-term, and it's related to the path of the pandemic. If we can get that under control quicker, the forecast looks better in the shorter term. But businesses like hospitality, retail, anything that requires a lot of direct contact, person-to-person contact, are going to suffer. Longer term, the risks are much more to the upside. We're having improving migration. I know you're going to hear from Dr. Johnson after this presentation, but migration trends have been improving for a couple of years. I think the pandemic, if there's one good thing, will improve them further. And we're seeing a real increase in innovative and technology industries in the state. There are a lot of challenges. There's no doubt, and some of the charts that I'm going to show you will present a pretty dire picture of what we've been through and really where we are right now. So we've got some challenges coming out of the pandemic, but I firmly believe that this is going to be better than when we came out of the financial crisis. It took us almost a decade to get all those jobs back. We'll get the jobs back a lot faster. I think that the real issues, and I know I work for an organization now that deals with these issues, but it's labor force. It's going to be training and retraining and reallocating the labor from the jobs that are no longer in demand, that are really going to be the key to getting us back to that level of employment that we saw pre-pandemic. And lastly, Rich is going to talk about these, but we've taken actions to keep the unemployment trust fund solvent. A lot of states aren't solvent right now. And while minimizing the negative impacts that higher unemployment insurance taxes could have on employers during a time when most businesses have been financially weakened. And with that, I'll turn that back over to Rich.
All right, thank you, Brian. So certainly an aggressive agenda for what we're looking to address here. And just to kind of set the stage with what we've experienced during the pandemic, what you see here is just a review of where we were right prior to the pandemic. And when I say right prior, I mean the week prior to starting to get slammed by claims, and what we saw during the height and where we are currently. So continued claims. So these are the claims that individuals file in order to receive weekly unemployment benefits. This includes all programs available at the time for each of these snapshots that we're providing here. So the week prior to the state of emergency and prior to the large demand for unemployment benefits, New Hampshire, we were at about 3,900 weekly claims. Take a step forward to the height of the pandemic at the beginning of May, or at least the current height of the pandemic, we all hope, right? We were at close to 117,000 weekly claims. And now we come to where we are today with the claims data for the week ending January 2nd, and you see that we were just over 45,000 claims. We'll be getting into more of the detail on this in terms of sectors, rate of recovery compared to the country as a whole, but I thought this was a good snapshot to see and get a good idea of the severity of the impact, how quickly it hit, and the recovery that we've experienced in a very short period of time. Moving on, when we talk about claims, just the number of claims, we also need to talk about the dollars paid out. So we have paid out over $1.5 billion in unemployment benefits during the course of the pandemic. To put that into perspective, that is more than we paid out in total during the prior decade. And the short period of time that we've been able to get those dollars paid out, I think says a lot of the men and women here at the department who have been working incredible hours to make sure those benefits can get out the door and support our communities and support our families during the pandemic. When we look at the breakdown of programs here and the source of those payments, I'll run through these sources real quick so folks can get an understanding of where the dollars are coming from. The first source, the largest source, over $800 million, that's been paid out in the form of federal pandemic unemployment compensation, or FPUC payments. These were originally created by the CARES Act. They were originally paid out in the form of a $600 plus up payment that any individual, regardless of state program or federal program, that they would receive on top of their regular base benefit. Those went from April through the end of July. That program ended as of the end of July, and now that program is back. So with the Continuing Assistance Act that was recently passed, enacted on December 27th, those payments are back at a lower amount. They are now $300 a week. And those payments, New Hampshire started paying those for week ending January 2nd. I believe we were the first state in New England to start getting those new dollars out the door to individuals. And those payments will continue until week ending March 13th, unless they are further extended with a subsequent relief bill. The second source here is PUA, that is Pandemic Unemployment Assistance. That is another program created by the CARES Act, provides eligibility to those that would not traditionally find themselves eligible for unemployment benefits. So these are your self-employed, these are your gig workers, so your traditionally non-covered employees, but it also includes those people that have been impacted by a recognized COVID-related scenario where they've had to remove themselves from the labor force and are now eligible for unemployment benefits, all paid out of the federal dollars that have been made available to New Hampshire. So again, neither of those first two sources impact the New Hampshire Trust Fund. Our third source here that we've included in red, because that does impact the New Hampshire Trust Fund, is state unemployment insurance. We've paid out about $278 million in state unemployment insurance during the pandemic. That has come out of the trust fund. We have some slides coming up to show where the trust fund has been going and where we are forecasting it to go during 2021. Our last two sources here are LWA. This is Lost Wages Assistance. This was the program created by Presidential Memorandum back in August. Paid benefits during September. This was all federally paid. This was a $300 add-on that was provided by the federal government, administered through FEMA when the $600 program first expired. So we've paid out a total of $88 million there. Those weeks, that program has since expired. The last program here is PEUC. This is federally paid. This is Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation. We've paid out $27 million. These are the benefits paid to individuals that exhaust their 26 weeks of state unemployment insurance. So folks first start on UI there in the red for those traditional types of employment losses, more you're looking at temporary and permanent layoffs. Then when those 26 weeks expire, those folks then move over to the federally provided extension of 13 weeks, which is the PEUC. So we would expect as those impacts continue, more of those folks are going to be transitioning onto PEUC as depending on the nature of their employment loss and their prospects for returning. Now I'll move it back over to Brian.
Now I'm unmuted. Thank you, Rich. This chart just shows where we've come from and puts the pandemic-related unemployment in perspective compared to the Great Recession. My charts where I have comparisons, New Hampshire will always be the red line. Massachusetts, I use the blue line and a black line, either a dashed or solid black line for the US. And this just compares what we've been through in the pandemic recession with the Great Recession, which we all thought was the worst recession we encountered in decades. To put it into perspective, we lost about 3 times the number of jobs during the pandemic recession, and we lost them in a period of just a few months compared to about a year and a half over the Great Recession. it also shows you where we've come back. And this data stops at November. I will tell you that our employment estimates will be coming out tomorrow from the department. I cannot discuss them now, but tomorrow we'll have new numbers. But it shows where we are in relation to our neighbors. And by the way, we're doing better than most of our neighbors. But we haven't come. We fell a little bit further than the U.S. and we haven't come back quite as far. So next slide. And again, just for perspective, this just shows what's happened to initial unemployment claims during the pandemic. And just to put into perspective, Rich talked about the hard work and the extra hours that people put in. I was not one of those people, but I can tell you that the hours that people put in trying to process these claims was just incredible. People were working incredible hours, and I think our state did a great job. Continued weekly unemployment claims, the ones that are paid on a regular weekly basis. This just shows you the trend line. We were falling considerably faster than the U.S. During the earlier part of the pandemic. During the summer, you can see where we were. These are index numbers, so we can look at them on the same scale. But more recently, we've kind of flattened out. And the US has flattened out a bit as well, but we've flattened out a little bit more. So we haven't made the same progress over the last couple of months. Still, and I think this is important, comparing us to the rest of the region, this chart shows every state and the percentage of individuals who are collecting one of those different forms of unemployment compensation that Rich talked about, PUA, regular UI, PUC, as a percentage of the pre-COVID labor force. Been a lot of difficulty in assessing actually the labor force numbers. So I like to start with the February numbers and show how many people are collecting unemployment benefits in our state compared to all the other states. And what you see is that we are better than every other state in the Northeast and every other state in New England. So I'll turn it back over to Rich and he can talk a little bit about some of the impacts on the trust fund.
Thank you, Brian. So in looking at trust fund impact, you'll see, I'll just go through and include all of the information on this slide. I think it's important to distinguish here with trust fund impact, not only with the experience of other states and experience of other New England states, but also to compare and contrast the experience that employers have had thus far, what we're projecting that they will have through the rest of 2021, and we compare that back to the experience of employers in the Great Recession. So right now, you see this first bullet, 18 states have depleted their unemployment trust funds. They are currently borrowing from the federal treasury in order to pay their weekly unemployment benefits. I believe we have 21 states that are lined up in the queue, so another 3 that are about to join that group. And here in New England, we have Connecticut and Massachusetts that are both borrowing from the federal treasury in order to pay their unemployment benefits. As folks remember, New Hampshire did borrow back during the Great Recession. We borrowed 2 times during the Great Recession for a total of about $120 million. And there were 32 states that borrowed during the Great Recession. So what we've seen here and what employers have experienced, and I don't want to minimize the impact on employers by getting to the good news here about surcharges that have been removed, dollars that have been infused into the trust fund, because I think we need to talk about the experience that they've had and what they've seen in their tax rates for unemployment compensation purposes. But with the onslaught of the pandemic and how quickly it hit, the immediate impact on employers was with the loss of what the statute refers to as the fund balance reduction. We have set in statute all of our solvency controls for the unemployment trust fund. Employers leading up to the pandemic, they had a 1.5 1.5% fund balance reduction. So that is a reduction on their earned rate. To put that into perspective, a new employer coming into New Hampshire starts with an earned rate of 2.7%. They pay that on the first $14,000 in annual wages per employee. And so a 1.5% reduction on that is a significant impact on that overall payment from that employer based on the annual compensation to each of their employees. The thresholds that the statute sets for those fund balance reductions, we'll work backwards on this. So the $300 mark, when the fund is above that, that's where the statute sets the highest reduction to employers. That's what employers had prior to the pandemic. They had that 1.5% reduction. When the fund fell below 300, that reduction went from 1.5% to 1.0%. Then when the fund fell below $275 million, that reduction went from 1% to 0.5%. And then when the fund fell below $250 million, employers went back to neutral. So they were at their earned rate without a fund balance reduction. Now, as Brian had just described, and you saw in those charts thus far, the speed with which the pandemic hit, we were receiving the same number of initial claims per week as we had previously been receiving in an entire year. So the impact was swift and it was significant. So what happened was, along with that loss of the 1.5% fund balance reduction, employers also had a statutory surcharge of 0.5% that was added to their earned rate. So this first went on in the third quarter of 2020, that's calendar quarter, and it stayed on for the fourth quarter of calendar year 2020. Now, getting to the good news, the good part about this for employers, and where we really differentiate ourselves from the experiences during the Great Recession, was that because of steps that have been taken throughout the pandemic to try to ease the impact on employers, we've been able to do some things that weren't done previously. One is that the surcharge that had been applied in the third and fourth quarter, we have been able to remove that for the current quarter that we are in. That is and for most employers, that's their most expensive quarter. Because again, you're paying at your earned rate on the first $14,000 in annual wages paid to your employees. And we've been able to do that because of that $50 million that was infused into the New Hampshire Trust Fund from the Federal CARES Act flex funds that Commissioner Caswell had talked about earlier today during his presentation. So that allowed us to remove the surcharge for the first quarter. It allowed us not to ever implement, at least to date, to not implement the second 0.5% surcharge that is contained within statute. So those two measures provide a significant amount of relief to employers, and taken together, that's about a $65 million savings in tax payments for employers because of that infusion from the flex funds that we talked about. And finally, the last bullet here, something that often doesn't get mentioned, is that another significant factor that's keeping their tax rates lower during the pandemic as compared to the Great Recession is that all of the benefits that we are paying out, that those numbers that we previously saw for the amount coming out of the State Unemployment Trust Fund, those would normally be charged against the experience of employers. So that would have a negative impact on the calculation of their rates going forward. Because of a provision that Governor Sununu included in the original emergency order that was issued back in March, Emergency Order 5, those benefits are being direct charged to the trust fund, and those employers are not having a negative impact on their experience because of that. And with this slide, we now see what the projection, both what the actual experience and what the projection looks like for the trust fund going through 2021. This includes obviously the 50 million that has been infused. And there are a lot of assumptions that Brian and his team make in trying to forecast out the performance of the fund. The speed and the severity of the pandemic really make that difficult to do, and certainly make it almost impossible to do much further out than 2021 with any degree of accuracy. But what we are looking at here is that we're looking to stay solvent through the end of 2021. Again, those other 21 states that are currently borrowing, we are not looking to join them right now. And we'll continue to obviously be monitoring this and obviously the impact that the extensions of programs and federally paid benefits have on this projection is enormous. Both with those that were providing the additional $300, that can have an impact of prolonging the duration of an unemployment claim, but also on the flip side of that, by the extension of those federally paid programs with PUA and PEUC, that is preventing a certain percentage of those individuals from falling back onto the state unemployment fund. So both a positive and negative impact on the state trust fund. And now we'll turn it back over to Brian.
Sure. Just getting back to where we were and where we are now. This chart, I like this chart because it's one done by an independent group, Moody's Analytics and CNN Business, put together what they call a back to normal index. And it basically is looking to track the progress that each state's economy and the nation's economy has made during the pandemic and progressing back to what their pre-pandemic economic activity, level of economic activity was. And what you see from this chart, again, New Hampshire is the red line. You see how much further and faster we were progressing in recovering from the pandemic until relatively early in the fall, September and October. Since that time, we've really taken a couple of steps back. And when you think about why would that be? Well, the one factor that's really changed is the progress in the pandemic, in the speed, the resurgence of the pandemic, which has restricted people's economic activity. And it really doesn't have a lot to do with any mandated restrictions. It's just that people are reluctant to do and engage in a lot of the economic activities that they normally would engage in. Even if there weren't any restrictions, we would still see people being reluctant to engage in their normal economic activities, and we would be seeing a similar kind of trend line here. Just to make that point a little bit clear, this is the red line again is that Moody's back to normal index, and the blue line is an indicator that was put together by the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank. One of the challenges that we have faced during the pandemic is getting information and data on a real-time basis. A lot of the data that we produce, that all government agencies, federal and state, produce, comes with a pretty significant lag. So I've looked at things like Google Mobility and OpenTable, which are done by private sector sources, but are presented on a much more timely basis. This looks at the Dallas Fed Mobility Index, looks at a number of different measures, and I don't want to get into the weeds here, but basically it measures how mobile people are in a state or the nation compared to how much they moved about prior to the pandemic. So that mobility includes trips to workplaces, trips for shopping, how much time they spend away from their home, a whole host, about 7 or 8 metrics that they combine into it. So I looked at that and compared how New Hampshire was moving about, our residents were moving about compared to the economic back to normal index. And what you see is that almost a perfect correlation there. So the fact that people are not moving about is really the reason why that back to normal index isn't there. So when we get the pandemic more fully under control, as vaccines become more widely available, hopefully during the summer when almost everyone is vaccinated, everyone who wants to be vaccinated, the economy should definitely pick up at a much more rapid pace. This chart, again, data will be coming out tomorrow, but it shows the progress in regaining private sector jobs in New Hampshire, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, or we're not post-pandemic yet, unfortunately, but we peaked at about just over 600,000 private sector jobs early in 2020. We lost over 100,000 of those jobs during the pandemic at one point in the pandemic, and we've regained about half of them. So we thought we were heading for a V-shaped recovery when COVID cases were at a very low level. We know there's been a resurgence and a concomitant kind of flattening out of the jobs recovery. Taking a look at where the industries that have been most affected, again, this is through November, and it compares the November number of employed individuals in New Hampshire in these industries with the November of 2019 number. And what you see, if there's one thing that really jumps out, is when you look at the bottom four, those are all industries that have a high degree of contact in the industry, personal contact. So retail, trade, with the exception of online shopping, which people are moving, accelerating the trend to online retailing. But retailing requires face-to-face interactions with cashiers, et cetera. Educational services, obviously, and accommodations and food services, restaurants have been particularly hard hit, but also arts, entertainment, recreation. Any place where people agglomerate, where they come together, or where the interaction, economic interaction is face-to-face, has been hardest hit. The other end, you see real estate. Real estate has been booming. Part of that has to do with greater interest of people in areas with less dense populations like New Hampshire, but several industries have been really modestly at best affected during the pandemic. And you can see those, and those, all of the industries, with the exception of healthcare and social assistance, most of those don't require much in the way of face-to-face contact. Just comparing New Hampshire and a couple of industries that have been especially hard hit. This looks at food services and accommodation, basically a surrogate for hospitality. And you see all 50 states, but you see all the New England states that are labeled, and we're all pretty much affected similarly. New Hampshire's a little bit more, has been a little bit more affected, and I attribute that to the fact that not only do we have a tourism-related economy, but we also have a lot of business-related travel expenditures, travel and entertainment expenditures, business-related expenditures, unlike Vermont and Maine, who don't have quite as much of that. So we get the double whammy, the fact that businesses aren't engaging in the same kind of activities as they have in the past, and we know that that individuals aren't dining as much for their personal purposes. So the combination has done that. Another industry that's dramatically affected, and we know New Hampshire is really the retail mecca of New England, so this really isn't a surprise. We have a very high percentage of per capita retail expenditures, and it's because so many people come and shop in New Hampshire because of our no retail, general retail sales tax status. So we've seen this, us fall further than other states. And again, we've got the two, really the double whammy. We have less tourism activity, and retail is a part of tourism in New Hampshire. It's a substantial aspect of tourism in New Hampshire. And we have the general decline in retail activity that's been associated with the pandemic, which has accelerated the movement to online retailing. So those in combination have affected us to a greater degree. The one really interesting fact, if there's a lot of interesting facts, but when we look at the help wanted ads in New Hampshire during the pandemic, what we found is that there were, for most of the pandemic, at least as many online job advertisements as there was in the same month of the prior year. And this shows you, compares several months of 2019 and 2020. So April of 2019 and April of 2020, there were more jobs listed in 2020. October, the same situation. But when we get to December, we see that that number has below what it was in 2019. And there's a couple of reasons why I think we see this chart. One is that there was a lot of people who stepped out of the labor force, health issues, childcare issues, other care issues. And as a result of that, there was a lot of need to replace workers, even though we were shedding some jobs at the very same time. As we move forward to November and December, what we're starting to see and what we've seen in the recent past is that the longer the pandemic goes, the more industries are affected. So we're starting to see fewer of the jobs advertised in industries and occupations that normally we would see. There's also been almost no, not the same degree of the holiday season hiring, again, because retail has been affected so dramatically. So combination of impacts. Looking at the occupations is interesting. And these are very broad groupings of occupations and how they've been affected. And some of these occupations don't have a tremendous number of individuals in them. However, healthcare is one where we do have a very substantial employment base in healthcare. And that has gone, there's been tremendous need for hiring in the healthcare industries throughout the pandemic. Again, nursing has been an occupation in demand for some time. That didn't stop during the pandemic. If people stepped out of the labor force and there was a need to replace them, et cetera. At the other end, you see information technology and engineering. What I attribute this to is, one, there's not a tremendous number of employees in these occupations. So it's easier to get a large percentage change. But again, the longer the pandemic goes, the more industries get affected. The other thing I think interesting about this is what's happening in manufacturing and production. Manufacturing and production jobs, despite the fact that over a couple of decades, we've seen a fairly consistent decline in manufacturing employment, although we've had recent years where it's increased, there's still strong demand because that workforce is, for the most part, is an older workforce. You have a lot of people stepping out. So even though there may not be a lot of net job growth, there's still going to be demand for workers. And that's true in almost every industry, by the way. Even if we're not adding a lot of net new jobs, the fact that so many people are going to be leaving the labor force, the issue is not going to be job availability. There will be jobs. It will be getting people into the occupations that are in demand and getting them the training to do so. Again, one reason why so many job openings is that the labor force has been shrinking. And it's, New Hampshire's big challenge has been labor force. It was the challenge that we faced prior to the pandemic. We had very low unemployment rates, and we had a labor force that wasn't growing like most of the Northeast. The labor forces aren't growing as fast as the nation overall. What has happened during the pandemic is so many people have stepped out of the labor force. If you look at filings for Social Security, they're up nationwide. New Hampshire has an older workforce, so we would expect that we would be harder hit by that. People who are concerned about their health, maybe it's time to step out of labor force. Childcare issues, big reason. I looked at the data, and I think our female labor force is down by about 1.5%. Currently, male labor force has come back, not fully, but it's been the female labor force that's been more greatly affected. So the combination of older workers, female workers, where we have a high percentage of women in our labor force, those factors have combined to hit us pretty hard in our labor force shrinkage. I mentioned earlier that I look a lot now for timely indicators, and this is a daily indicator of trips to workplaces. And it's an index number that compares the percentage change in trips to workplaces from their pre-pandemic levels. So what you see is during the early stages of the pandemic, trips to workplaces in New Hampshire, and this is done by Google Mobility reports. So basically your cell phone tracks you. It doesn't track me because I keep my location off, so I'm not in here. But you see trips to workplaces were off by about half. Now they've recovered, and they've recovered to about 20% down. And that's a function of, one, people who have been laid off or are on furlough, but it's also a function of the trend toward remote working. And that trend isn't going to completely go away. We're going to see more people working remotely. That has a number of impacts and a number of implications for occupation and industry employment. So we're going to see some occupations that are not going to be as strong in demand because of that remote work. I mentioned that it's not likely to get back to full trips to workplaces, but there's one, if there is a benefit, and I hate to say that there's any benefit, but maybe one thing we can take from this is that I think the pandemic and the trend toward remote working will benefit our labor force and demographic trends. And this chart just shows you the states that have had the greatest percentage increase in their businesses that have indicated they've stepped up or increased their teleworking for employees. And what you see is a couple of our neighbors. We're high. New Hampshire is number 4, but Massachusetts is number 2, and Connecticut is number 5. So those are states that we often draw a lot of people from. And I think the fact that we're separating the work that people do from the location of the business means that a lot of those people would prefer to live other than in, maybe a major metropolitan area or an area that costs more. So we're starting to see anecdotally the fact that more people have shown an interest in purchasing homes or living in New Hampshire. So I think it will impact our demographic trends positively. And that's reflected in this. This chart is both a historic, and I know, again, I don't want to step on Dr. Johnson's toes, but I've been tracking this for decades, shows the net state-to-state migration in New Hampshire. You know, those of us who have been here longer remember years where we had almost 20,000 people move into the state from another state that moved out. What we saw during the Great Recession and the immediate years after was more net out migration than in migration. That has picked up again. We resumed positive net migration. So my forecast, because of the desire for less density, the fact that there's more remote working means that we're going to step up, see a bit of an increase in our domestic migration. So just to wrap up, my forecast for the next 2 years in terms of employment growth, again, I don't see much job growth the first half and could continue to see some losses. But 2021, I just upped this, by the way, the likelihood that there'll be an additional stimulus, I think, will boost some of the employment numbers. So this shows a forecast of 1.3% in 2021, 3.3 in 2022. And if you work through the math of that, it would suggest very late in 2022 or early in 2023 that we would get back all of the jobs that we lost in the pandemic. And with that, I'll stop and turn it back to Rich. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. I'll stop the share here. Okay, and one other point I would like to make, and something that Commissioner Caswell had touched upon earlier with the collaboration that we've had with BEA, that we've expanded throughout this pandemic, has been in 2 areas that we've had to pivot very quickly in order to help with that demand that Brian had showed in his slide, with employers that continue to seek to hire. But obviously right now it's a tough time to make those connections So two things that we've done. One, we created a new microsite for a jobs portal where individuals are able to search by region. For instance, you could search by the North Country, you could search by Seacoast, you could search by the Monadnock region. You can also search by individual community, and you can search by occupational type. So you can really have that search as broad or as narrow as you want. It started as a tool for the long-term care industry. We quickly broadened that to include manufacturing, education, and now it includes all sectors with about 400 employers that have signed up for that. And it's a tool that individuals coming into the unemployment site see on a daily basis visually before they do anything with their unemployment claim. The other tool that we've launched and we've embraced has been with virtual job fairs. The department prior to the pandemic, we would do anywhere from 25 to 30 in-person job fairs. Most of those were big events at community college campuses and their gymnasiums, and we would cover the entire floor. We quickly changed and with a partnership with the New Hampshire Tech Alliance and with BEA, we've done, I think we're now at about 12 virtual job fairs that we've been able to do. We've had them for different regions of the state. We've had them for different sectors. The past 2 weeks, we focused on healthcare. We did 4 healthcare virtual job fairs where we had about 200 job seekers having an interest in healthcare positions came on to talk with healthcare employers. So that's something we're going to continue to do, not just because we think it's a good thing to do, it's because employers are telling us that they enjoy it as a way to connect with workforce or potential workforce. So that's something we'll continue to do, and some of the new tools that we've launched to adapt to the pandemic and continuing to try to help expand workforce here in New Hampshire. With all that being said, thank you to the members of the committees for the time to present on behalf of Brian and myself, and obviously we'd like to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thanks again for a great presentation. Now, did you send a copy of these slides to Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer should have it.
Okay. There's a wealth of information there. So
Those are uploaded on the webpage now, Representative Major.
okay. All right. Questions? Representative Bromley. Representative Bromley, you're going to have to unmute yourself.
You know, for all of us, our fingers can't move that fast to get to the button to push. Great presentation to both of you. You mentioned the community college system, which is a great community college system. Sounds like you've been working with them a bit. What I want to know is your knowledge, are businesses approaching them for certain skills that aren't being taught there, that they would like to see taught there? And I know our community college system is pretty nimble, but do you have any insight on that, Rich or?
Yeah, so the community college system and Susan Heward are part of all of the conversations that we have with business. All of those are really spearheaded by Taylor in organizing a team that works with those groups. So we've been talking with employers throughout the pandemic. The community college obviously is a critical component of that because they are the ones that are delivering that workforce training. We've worked with them closely, and in the decade that I've been here with the department, we've always worked closely with the community college, and with the expansion of the job training fund that the legislature had implemented with the last session, where they increased the job training fund from 2 million to 6 million. One of the directives in that expansion was that we needed to do more to work with individuals, which we've been doing, and most of that training is delivered by the community college system. So individuals that we have that we focused on, individuals that are enrolled in Medicaid and Medicaid expansion for our Work Now New Hampshire program under that job training fund umbrella, most of that training is delivered by the community college system. And from what my experience and in discussions with employers, they are very eager to make the changes to curriculum to meet the demand of the employers that are in each of their regions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, I was very interested in your talking about training and that Representative Abrami's question, of course, was in that area. But on the teleworking, what percentage of jobs can people take and start working from home or teleworking? Where do they get the training? How does that work? Is there a hybrid system in which people work on site under a mentor? Just, it's hard for me to envision someone who's just been hired starting right away from working at home. When the pandemic is over, what do you see as the model?
Well, I don't know that there is a single model, Representative Tucker. You know, businesses are implementing it differently, and a lot depends on the type of industry. But you're absolutely right. It is difficult to onboard somebody via telework. So I don't know that we have the answer to how each individual business is going to, or individual industries are going to handle that. But I will say that businesses have learned a lot, and that's one of the reasons why I believe that teleworking is going to not disappear. You know, they've invested money in doing it. They've invested you know, training in it. There's a lot of sunk costs. There's knowledge that's involved in it. Plus, I think they've learned something about their productivity and the number, you know, how it can be done, the number of workers that will maximize their productivity. So there is no one model for sure, but you can be sure that it's going to increase. And as far as the numbers go, I've seen some studies that have been done by different groups. And the numbers that I've seen puts New Hampshire somewhere in the upper 30% of occupations, based on occupations that could conceivably work from home. I don't believe we'll get to that point. I would expect it would be somewhere in the order of half of that, 15% maybe, somewhere 10 to 15%, maybe a little bit higher on a more permanent basis. But there's no one model. And I will say, because you represent the North Country, Representative Tucker, is that it puts an onus on things like high-speed internet, the ability, if we don't get that right, and we don't provide access or have access available to more rural areas, it adds a disadvantage. The challenges that your region and other regions are going to face is that a lot of the jobs that are going to disappear, that are not going to come back, some of the retail jobs, some of the hospitality jobs, those people will need some sort of retraining, and there'll be opportunities in remote working and whatnot. So they're going to need the training, and they're going to need, you know, to have the ability to work telework as well.
We had adequate, where I live in the southern tier of Coas, we had adequate broadband in most of the areas until both students, K-12, were working from home. College students were not going off to college, but working at home. And the parents were trying to work at home. And there is no incentive for the companies that provide the service to add to their wireless or whatever it is they have. And so areas where it had adequate service now have inadequate service. In other words, the service remained the same, the number of users doubled or tripled. And people on Randolph Hill, where I live, many of them work different hours, get up at strange hours in the night to do work because students are crowding in on the daytime use of telecommunications. It's very, very difficult. So what seemed adequate is not adequate now. And I hope someone's tracking that problem, because New Hampshire thinks you have adequate broadband if you have it in your town at all. And it doesn't really talk about quantity. So,
You
thank you.
boil that down into a question.
No, that's a comment.
Okay.
I'm not done.
Representative Alme. You need to unmute yourself.
Yes, I was getting there. Thank you. Last year, we started to reach out for the first time to the Chambers of Commerce, which hadn't been as reaching out very often to the legislature as a whole. And we were trying to find out what was going on the ground when there was a lag in data. And they had started to do a lot more serious reach out themselves to the businesses, the smaller businesses, the startup businesses that become large businesses that usually aren't contacted. And I heard from Taylor Caswell this morning. He told us that these job fairs were in collaboration with the chambers. And I was wondering whether you considered that a serious link for the future, because I think that the combination of having those resources more available themselves would cause the chambers to spend more time with their existing businesses and help to develop things across New Hampshire a lot more than we've been able to, concentrating on the mega businesses.
Yeah, Representative, it's a very good point, and I was glad that Commissioner Caswell brought that up earlier today as well. We're reluctant, as Brian had indicated earlier, we're reluctant to say there are any silver linings in the pandemic, but certainly one of the good collaborations has been our increased work that we've done with the chambers, and again, with BEA facilitating that. The whole concept of the regional search feature on our new jobs portal at nhjobs.nh.gov, that was really brought to us by the chambers. So that's one example of the work that we've been able to do. And they were instrumental in organizing employers and getting employer interest in all of the job fairs that we did throughout the fall and thus far in the winter. So that's going to be a collaboration, I think, and I hope that we will continue to have. And it's a great match.
Thank you. That's terrific.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. In your presentation, Commissioner Lavers, you showed us how you've managed to avoid becoming in need of to borrow from the federal government to cover our unemployment claims going forward. And that sounds very good, and it's amazing that you've been able to do that thanks to the CARES Act, I guess, as much as anything. But what I'm wondering is what would be the consequence for New Hampshire, as it has been for the 21 states that have moved to that, to borrow from the federal government? What does that entail?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's a complicated series of impacts, right? So the easiest way to simplify it is that for every dollar that you borrow from the feds in order to pay out benefits is a dollar that your employers will have to pay back to the federal government, in addition to building up your own reserves in your trust fund. Currently, there's no cost associated with borrowing, or at least an immediate cost, as those are interest-free dollars that the Treasury is making available to states. That is only interest-free right now until March 13th. At that point, unless that's changed, those dollars being borrowed would start to accrue interest, so they would start to have some real expenses. What we saw during the Great Recession was the states that had borrowed the most. The biggest of those was California. California never really paid back the funds that they borrowed from the U.S. Treasury. They bonded that debt. And the reason why they bonded that debt from the Great Recession, which they're still paying back now as they're borrowing again from the U.S. Treasury, they bonded that to avoid some of the negative impacts on employers in their state because of the length of time that they had an outstanding balance. So what would happen to New Hampshire if New Hampshire had to start to borrow is that the longer we have a debt outstanding to the federal government, then employers in the state start to lose more and more of their reduction in their federal unemployment taxes, their federal unemployment compensation taxes, separate and distinct from their state unemployment taxes. Right now, employers in the state, because New Hampshire is considered to be in alignment with federal requirements, employers get a 90% discount on what they pay for their federal unemployment taxes. That's about a $200 million a year savings to New Hampshire businesses. The longer, if we had to borrow and it took us a longer period of time to repay that debt, then that reduction is going to start to come down, resulting in higher taxes for New Hampshire businesses, for their federal unemployment comp tax, and we're still going to be having to rebuild our trust fund here in the state. So there's a lot that goes into that calculation, but some significant consequences for employers in the state when you borrow.
Good, thank you. That's very helpful.
Rick and Brian, I read an article earlier this morning on the construction industry, especially the building construction industry on home building. There's a lack of workers, and they're paying premiums to get them. Not the entry level ones, but people with experience. Are we experiencing that in New Hampshire too?
And I'll start, and Brian can come in. That's been one of the contrasts that we've been talking about, right, with the sector impact during the pandemic recession versus the Great Recession, whereas the Great Recession was a percentage-wise of people claiming unemployment much heavier within construction and manufacturing. Now, with the pandemic recession, the impacts are much heavier on hospitality, retail, healthcare. But that continues to be an area of demand. We have some folks from the trades and from construction that are currently filing, but percentage-wise, it's a much smaller percentage than some of those heavier hit sectors like healthcare, like hospitality, like retail. Brian, what do you want to add to that?
When you're talking about skilled tradespeople, that's been an issue for some time. Rich mentioned the Great Recession. We saw a lot of people exit the construction industry because construction was down for so long. It has been an area that has not attracted a lot of young workers over the last decade or more. We've come through a period of time for decades where we've told every young person that they needed a 4-year college degree in order to earn a decent living, and that was a mistake. And so it's been a struggle to get skilled tradespeople for some time. I think that will probably continue. There's greater efforts at the secondary school level to entice workers with apprenticeship programs and different kinds of programs to get people interested. I talk to people in the industry and they complain about it. They have complained about it. And they've got campaigns in order to get more young people interested in the field. But there is right now a seasonal slowdown. And Rich mentioned we've seen an uptick. That's particularly in heavy construction, things like roads and bridges and streets and sewer systems. That inevitably slows down this time of year. So we're seeing kind of an uptick in in claims in those areas.
I'm talking about the building industry for homes and
Yeah,
apartments. and all
that's
that.
the
I
skill.
know I know it's a small percentage, but it's a catalyst for our economy.
It is.
Without the housing availability, we're not going to get people here to grow
Yeah.
our economy.
Right. Housing is a big issue. Supply. I had some charts that I didn't include in this presentation because I didn't want to get too much into housing. But there's two issues. There's an increase in demand. Part of that's pandemic related. Again, silver lining, if there is such a thing. But it's also a supply issue. The supply has gone down consistently for almost a decade. So months to absorb the supply has gone down. I have a chart that shows that. So you've got a combination of both an increase in demand, surprisingly, during a pandemic, but interest rates are very low, so there's demand for that, and the supply has declined, has been declining. I think that eventually it will get a little bit better. We have a lot, an older population, and a lot of those individuals are aging in place. They're staying in their homes. But at a certain point, those individuals tend to move to more assisted living facilities or group kinds of settings, and that frees up some houses. So I think probably over the next decade, it'll be a little bit longer, we'll start seeing more supply come on, and that will help ease some of it. But the bottom line is we've got a lot of restrictions that are preventing. And it varies by community. Some communities are very good and have allowed a lot, and there are communities that are seeing their demographics improve. And I happen to live in one of those communities, Dover, where the population has grown, the population of young people has grown, and part of it has to do with the willingness to allow certain types of housing.
All right, we have two more hands. Representative Gamarlo.
You. A quick question about the administrative contribution rate and where does that go? I noticed that one up as well.
Yes, Representative. So the administrative contribution rate, so that is currently set at 0.4%. So that was essentially doubled as a part of that reform to the job training fund. The job training fund went from $2 million a year that was paid by New Hampshire employers, but diverted from going into the trust fund and instead goes into that job training fund. Now that's $6 million. And in order to fund that additional increase, the administrative contribution rate was increased from 0.2 to 0.4. So right now, the dollars generated by that, they first go towards funding that $6 million annually that goes into the job training fund. Then they then supply New Hampshire Employment Security with administrative funding, that which the federal government does not fund us to keep our 12 New Hampshire Works offices open. We would have about 6 of those offices if we relied entirely on our federal workforce dollars. Those AC dollars allow us to keep all 12 of those offices open. New Hampshire Employment Security is held harmless at the amount of administrative contribution funding that we received when the rate was 0.2. We receive the same amount now, even though the rate was increased to 0.4. So where does the rest of that go? It then goes back into the trust fund. So the additional $4 million goes to bring that job training fund up to $6 million. Employment Security is held harmless at what we had received for administrative funding in order to shore up that deficit from the federal grant. And then the rest of it goes into the trust fund to try to reduce the impact on employer tax rates.
Okay, the last question is from Representative Almond.
Thanks. This is a follow-up on that question of housing. There are 3 people who know how to repair wells within 100 miles of me. They are almost impossible to get, especially after the drought this last summer. And nobody else knows how to do that. You can't, you don't learn it growing up. But It's just we don't have carpenters, we don't have plumbers. Carpenters can learn on the job usually. Plumbers, electricians can't, and you have to go a great distance from the west of the state, for instance, to go to a place where you can get the training that you need. This has been a hobby horse of mine for some time to the BIA, but do you have any kind of data on these kinds of jobs in different regions of the state? Is it, I had assumed this was a regional problem, but you're talking about it as if it's a statewide problem.
We do have data in terms of job listings, or both job listings that we have, but also online job listings by community at the community level. So we can see by any particular occupation what the demand is in a town or a county or a labor market area. So we do have some idea of that, but that, that's probably in the overall context a relatively small number of individuals. And I don't know what the hiring practices of organizations that hire those folks, whether they're used to using online job ads or whatnot. So a combination of factors. And I just want
to subcontract these jobs that I was just talking about from a construction firm, which is basically constructing the building. And then they subcontract to the drainage expert. Can't find one of those either. I run a small complex. So they probably don't appear in your files would be the end. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up. I want to thank both Richard Lavers and Brian Gottlob for an excellent presentation. And we hope to hear from you again.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all.
Now we'll go to our last presentation for the day, which is from Kenneth M. Johnson, who's a senior demographer at the Casey School of Public Policy and professor of sociology at the University of New Hampshire. He's a nationally recognized expert on U.S. demographic trends. His research examines national and regional population redistribution, rural and urban demographic change, the growing racial diversity of the United States, and the implications of demographic change for public policy. Dr. Johnson has published a book on more than 250 articles, reports, and papers. His peer-reviewed publications have appeared in leading academic journals. He's also sought after for his expertise and ability to explain demographic information to a broad audience, both by policy groups and by the media. His research has been funded by grants from the National Institute of Health, National Science Foundation, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and U.S. Forest Service, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Dr. Johnson is an Andrew Carnegie Fellow, which is the country's most prestigious fellowship to advance research in the social sciences and humanities. Good to see you again, Dr. Johnson, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Nice to talk to you again, even if it is remotely like this. I'd like to show you a slide presentation, so I'm going to put that up right now. Okay. So again, you introduced me already. Again, I'm just acknowledging the groups who have funded my research, including the University of New Hampshire's Experiment Station and the Charitable Foundation and the Health Endowment. I want to talk to you today about New Hampshire's demographic trends. I want to emphasize 2 points, though. Number one, demographic data, the demographic data I'll present here doesn't include the period of the pandemic. That data is not available yet from the Census Bureau or from anybody else for demography. And also, there's no data in this presentation from the 2020 census, which has no data from the 2020 census has yet been released. So we don't have access to that data yet either. The first data from the 2020 census will be released probably by March 1st, and that'll be the reapportionment files, which will be of great interest to everybody in New Hampshire and elsewhere in the United States. But let me talk to you about the data that we do have. And this first slide is the only one that goes all the way through July of 2020. And it shows population change. This one shows population change in New Hampshire and the rest of New England. And you can see here that the population estimates suggest that New Hampshire's population gain in each of the last 3 years have been larger than population gains in any other state in New England and actually in the Northeast. These are percentage gains, though I caution to remind you, these are not number gains because of course, Massachusetts and Connecticut are much bigger states than New Hampshire is. But in any event, in the Northeast, New Hampshire is actually doing reasonably well in terms of population change in the last few years, although the growth in the Northeast and in New Hampshire is considerably slower than it is in other parts of the country in the South and the West. This begins to give you some idea, and I'll come back to this theme at a number of points. These are the different drivers of population change. The blue bar here is how much population change there was in absolute numbers annually. The red bar is the amount of natural increase. Natural increase is the difference between the number of births and the number of deaths in New Hampshire or elsewhere in the United States. And then the green bar is migration. And you can see if you look back over the last several decades, that a lot of New Hampshire's growth is a function of net migration. That is, people moving into the state, more people moving into the state than leave. As you can see, as we get closer to the more recent periods, migration to New Hampshire has slowed. And for a while, natural increase, the red bar again in the 1990s and the 2000s, actually contributed slightly more to the population growth. Since 2010, natural increase in New Hampshire has slowed down quite a bit. And in the last couple of years, actually more people are dying in New Hampshire than being born. So all the growth in New Hampshire in the last few years, as I'll show you on this next slide, have come from migration. So if New Hampshire is going to grow, it's going to grow through migration because the excess of births over deaths, which used to help fuel the growth in New Hampshire, no longer exists. And obviously, the COVID epidemic is not going to make things any better in this regard. So again, this shows you for the most recent periods, and I've tried to characterize the periods here in relation to the Great Recession. So you can see in 2010 to 2012, the Great Recession's effect was pretty substantial in New Hampshire. And just as Brian mentioned in the earlier talk, there was net outmigration of domestic migrants. The orange bar here is immigrants. The gray bar is domestic migration, people moving to New Hampshire from other US destinations. As the effect of the recession began to wane, and particularly in the last several years, migration, particularly domestic migration, has been an important factor in the growth of New Hampshire. In other words, domestic migration has again started to contribute to the growth in the state. I want to give you a feeling for how these things change, because when you look at this net change, for example, in migration, it's 30,000 people. That's not very much in a state of almost 4 million people. But just to understand what's happening, this is the number of people that moved into New Hampshire in that period, that 5-year period. About 245,000 people moved into New Hampshire, 214,000 left for a net change of 30,000. What I want you to appreciate here is how much movement there was to produce this relatively modest change. So the actual people in New Hampshire, a lot of them changed as a result of people moving in and out. You can also see immigration and births and deaths, but you can see the powerful influence of migration on change in the size of the population and in the actual people who are in the state. This is natural increase. This is the difference between births and deaths over the last 50 years. And you can see New Hampshire used to have a fairly significantly higher number of births than deaths. But in the period since the Great Recession, that's dramatically changed. And those changes are driven by changes in the age structure. The New Hampshire population is getting older, and that means that there are more people at risk of mortality. And there are also fewer women in their childbearing years to produce children. the birth rates have also diminished both in New Hampshire and in the United States generally. And so the result has been that in the last 3 or 4 years, New Hampshire actually has had more people die in it than be born. And you can imagine now what's going to happen in 2020 when the effect of the COVID mortality wave starts to hit New Hampshire. And many demographers, including me, also expect that in 2021, this year, there's going to be a significant decline in the number of births. Because as you would know, as of course you understand, 9 months have to elapse between a conception and a birth. So as the pandemic began to be a bigger factor, it's my expectation, as well as that of a lot of other demographers, that probably the number of people who decided to have children diminished, that it wasn't a good time to be having children. And so I'm expecting the number of births to diminish this year, as well as the number of deaths to remain high because of COVID. So in other words, New Hampshire's future and its labor market mostly depend on migration. So this is domestic migration. This is the number of people moving to New Hampshire from other states in each year from 2005, before the Great Recession, through the period of the Great Recession, and then on into the recovery from the Great Recession. And notice in particular, the green bars are net migration. So the blue bar is how many people moved into the state. The red bar is how many people move out of the state. And recently, we've had significantly more people moving into the state than out, just as we did before the recession. And if you could see the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, the blue bar would be remarkably high compared to the red bar. You can see the exception to that was during the Great Recession, when more people actually left New Hampshire than came to it, mostly because the number of people coming to New Hampshire diminished. You notice that the red bars don't change very much here. What changes is the height of the blue bar, which is the number of people coming to New Hampshire. So what's happened recently is the number of people coming to New Hampshire has increased again. Where do the migrants come to New Hampshire from? The left circle shows you where people moving to New Hampshire come from. And as you probably aren't surprised, the largest single source of migrants to New Hampshire are from Massachusetts. Almost 23% of the people living in Massachusetts living in New Hampshire were actually born in Massachusetts, including, I suspect, some of you. On the right-hand side is where people go to when they leave New Hampshire. And you can see, again, that Massachusetts is a big attractor, but notice how much more attractive the South is. And a lot of this is retirement migration to the South. So just a feeling for where people are coming to and going from. This represents about 53,000 in migrants to New Hampshire. This represents about 42,000 out migrants. And then I haven't shown in this graph, but another 6,400 people moved into New Hampshire from abroad. They came either as immigrants or they came as people coming back to New Hampshire who'd been away at school or working in jobs overseas. Now, New Hampshire is unusual in the sense that much more of its population is a result of domestic migration. Others, these are people who live in New Hampshire who were not born in New Hampshire. These are immigrants to New Hampshire. These are people living in New Hampshire who were born in New Hampshire. And you can see how New Hampshire is different either than Massachusetts and the rest of New England, or than the United States more generally, in that it has a much smaller proportion of its population born in the state and a much higher proportion of its population born in another US state. About 42% of New Hampshire's whole population was born in another state. If you look at the age structure of the population, this may not be too surprising. Among children, more of them were born in New Hampshire, but as soon as you get into the adult population, you can see that a substantially larger proportion of the people living in New Hampshire were born in other states. And again, I emphasize this to you because I want you to see how important migration is to New Hampshire, particularly domestic migration from other US destinations. And it's important in more ways than one. New Hampshire benefits from migration into the state in terms of intellectual capital. That is, the population moving into New Hampshire tends to be better educated. And you can see that here in the orange bar, which is the number of people who were born in another state who are college graduates. Note that New Hampshire gains from that, as well as it does from foreign-born population in New Hampshire, but that's just a small part of the population compared to the number of people born in the other state. Both of those groups are more likely to be college educated than the people residing in who were born in New Hampshire. At some college level, you can see the patterns a little bit different, and among less well-educated people, the New Hampshire residents tend to be a larger proportion than the than the people moving from other places. Even during the recession, these are the migration streams of different education levels into and out of New Hampshire. Note that the New Hampshire still gained from migration. This is the number of people during the recession who moved out of New Hampshire who were college graduates annually on an average. These are the number of people who moved in. You can see that in a more recent period, we have substantially more people moving in than moving out who are well educated. So New Hampshire benefits from an inflow of migrants. It gains educated people from that. These are age-specific migration patterns showing you how different age groups move into and out of New Hampshire. These are older data from the 1990s and the 2000s. I'll show you some new data in just a minute, but notice that New Hampshire tends to gain people in their 30s and 40s and their children who would come with them. It has, in some decades, it's had modest losses of people in their 20s, and then it has modest gains of older adults into the state as well. So it's not as if everybody retires and moves to New Hampshire. In fact, New Hampshire tends to get more people in their 30s and 40s, and again, children with them. This is the most recent data we have for, I showed you two periods, 2010 to 14, when the state's still recovering from the Great Recession, and 15 to 19, which is the newest data available. And again, you can see this inflow of people in their 30s together with their children. The most recent data show an influx of people in their 20s as well. Again, these are sample estimate data. They're good samples. They're from the ACS, a big survey that the Census Bureau does, but they are sample data. They're not like having the census. And so you can see that many of the trends that we see in the longer term data are continuing, although it looks like we may be getting more young adults right now. Just to give you a feeling of New Hampshire compared to another state, this is Massachusetts. Massachusetts tends to gain people in their 20s. And again, think of all the universities and colleges in Massachusetts who would attract people to them, young people to them. But Massachusetts tends to lose population in their 30s and 40s, where New Hampshire gains those people. And again, given the big flow between New Hampshire and Massachusetts, you can see how this would play out. So here's New Hampshire gaining people in their 30s and 40s and their children, whereas Massachusetts is losing these young adults and some children. And then, I mean, it's gaining, I'm sorry, people in their 20s, but it's losing people in all these other age groups. Just to give you one more idea of this and why it might be relevant in New Hampshire, this is the number of children born in New Hampshire, the blue bar, and this is the number of children who begin the first grade 6 years later in New Hampshire. So you'll notice in every year, although it slowed during the recession, but picked up a little bit near the end, in every year, more people begin the first grade, more children begin the first grade in New Hampshire than were born in New Hampshire 6 years earlier. Now, this happens because those people who are moving into New Hampshire, those people in their 30s and 40s, are bringing their children with them. And as a result, New Hampshire gains children in its school system because of that influx of people. Now, as you well know, demographic change varies across New Hampshire. This just shows you for the 2010 to 2019 period on the right, and for 2000 to 2010, it shows the relative annual growth rate in different parts of the state. So reds and pinks are places that lost population. Greens and blues, particularly blues, are places that gained population during the 9-year period from 2010 to 19, given our census estimates. So you can see that the general trend is the same. Usually it's the northern part of the state, which has the smaller population gains or actually loses populations. And then in the southern part of the state, especially just beyond the Boston metropolitan area's edge, are areas that are gaining population. So even though there's less population gain 2010 to 2019 generally, the patterns of how that gain occurs are very similar. Let me give you an example. This is for 3 different counties in New Hampshire. Here's Coos County, Carroll County, a big recreational county in the middle part of the state, and then Hillsborough County. And you can see that in Hillsborough County, population growth has occurred between 2010 and 2019, both because of natural increase, the red bar, and because of migration into the state, mostly immigration into this area, but not all of it. Carroll County, the recreational county, actually has more people die than be born in it because it attracts migrants who are attracted by its amenities and opportunities for recreation. And many of them had owned second homes and moved to them eventually. And there may be more of that going on because of the COVID epidemic. It appears that people who have second homes are using them more now than they have in the past. So that migration into Carroll County is enough to offset the natural decrease. Coos County has a substantial amount of natural decrease, so considerably more deaths than births, and a very modest amount of migration into the county, which partially but can't totally offset this natural increase to produce population decline. So even within the state, there's quite a bit of variation. And then this is just Hillsborough County, and I've broken it up into the city of Manchester, the city of Nashua, and then the rest of the county, which I'm calling suburban Hillsborough County. And you can see even at this narrower view, in both Manchester and Nashua, what growth there is coming from natural increase. It's because there are more births and deaths in the city. Manchester has lost population throughout migration. Nashua is just about holding even. In contrast, in the suburban part of the county, there's natural increase, but there's also a significant amount of migration into these areas, which is fueling population increase. Now, I emphasize again to you, these are estimates. We won't know some of these numbers for sure until the 2020 census. And so it's just to give you a feel for how much variability there is in demographic change around the state, both from county to county, but even within a county between place to place. Now, these patterns that you see with the cities gaining population mostly through natural increase and the suburban areas experiencing both migration and natural increase, these same patterns would play out in almost any metropolitan county in the United States. If you went to, the Boston metro area, if you went to Denver or Chicago, you would see similar patterns of the cities growing mostly from natural increase and the suburbs growing a lot from net migration. You've heard already about how New Hampshire is aging. Let me just show you the latest data that we have on that. Here is the demographic change in New Hampshire by age. So these are 0 to 9-year-olds, 10 to 19-year-olds, 60 to 69-year-olds. This is the 1990s. This is the 2000. I'm sorry. This is the 1990s, the blue. This is the 2000s. This is the period since 2010. And you can see that New Hampshire has tended to lose younger people because of age, much of it because of aging, and gain people in these older age groups. Much of this is the aging of the baby boom. New Hampshire has a very large baby boom age population. And as they've aged from the 90s to the 2000s to the 2010s, the population is essentially shifting this way as a lot of New Hampshire's population ages in place. So the population is aging in the state, and the number of children in the state is diminishing. This is a population pyramid that demographers use to look at how the population is changing. These are men in blue and women in red. These are the youngest. This is 1990. So this is the youngest age group, 0 to 4-year-olds in 1990. These babies would have been born in 1986 to 90. You might see your children or your grandchildren in this group. Up here is in their 30s in 1990, 30 to 34-year-olds, is the very heart of the baby boom, the largest cohorts of the baby boomer right here. So that bulge you see right there with the smaller bulges on either side of it, that's the baby boom. And you could look in any state in the United States. You could look at the United States data as a whole. In 1990, you would see this big bulge. So there's the baby boom. Here's where the baby boom should have had their children, but they delayed having children. That is where the baby boom mothers, the mothers of the baby boom, mostly had their babies when they were 20 or 21 or 22 in their early 20s. The baby boomers themselves didn't have their children until they were a little bit older. This gap is where these mothers, these women, should have had their children, but here they are instead having their children further down. So this notch is partially a function of the delayed fertility among the baby boom. Okay, so this is 1990. Average age of the New Hampshire's population, the median age was 32.8. These red bars represent the working ages from 18 to 65. Now I'm going to move forward. This is 2000. See the baby boom moving up, and that notch that we saw is now the 20 to 24-year-olds. In 2000, one of the big worries in New Hampshire was that there weren't very many young people. And there was a lot of concern about why that was. One school of thought was that lots of young people were leaving New Hampshire. In fact, what happened is they were really never born because of the delay in the mothers of the baby boom in having their children. So this is 2000. The median age has gone up. Here's 2010. So now everybody's 10 years older. So those baby boomers are now in their 50s. Right? And here are that little notched group that we had talked about before, born in the early 70s or mid 70s. And then this was the babies who were just born in 1990. Now they're in their 20s. And then finally, here's the most recent data for 2019. You can see the big bulges now of older adults in New Hampshire. This is the baby boom aging into their older age groups. And when Brian was saying before, or you've heard in other places, that the older population in New Hampshire is going to gain very rapidly or grow very rapidly, here it is. These are people who are aging into the older age groups, including that heart of the baby boom, which in 2019 is now in their 60s. And the cohorts above them who are baby boomers too and are still big cohorts. But you can see these very large cohorts, and then behind them are much smaller cohorts. So this is one of the issues that New Hampshire faces, is this aging of its population. The median age is now up to 43. Now this aging varies across the state. These are population projections. I didn't make these population projections, but somebody else did for the New Hampshire Office of Strategic Initiatives. And what it's showing you is different age groups. These are 0 to 19-year-olds, 20 to 39-year-olds, 40 to 64-year-olds, the older part of the labor force. And then these are older adults. This is their age distribution through 2020. And these are the New Hampshire Office of Strategic Initiatives estimates of what the population will look like in the next, this is 2030, 2035, and so forth. You can see again the aging of the population. The number of people in their 40s to 60s stays relatively stable, but the older population increases in size. So this is just one estimate. It's subject to considerable error. Whenever we make projections, there's always a chance of mistakes or errors and changes in situations. For example, this doesn't take into account the pandemic. The population distribution by age in New Hampshire varies as well. Some parts of New Hampshire have larger proportions of children. So these gold towns or tracts are places where there are lots of children. And not only are there lots of children, as you can see over here, because this is showing how many children and where they are, but also the proportion of children is high. So these are the kind of areas that might be concerned about things like, should we build a new school? Should we add a wing to the school so we'll have room for more children? In other parts of the state where the child population is relatively small, the issues for the schools might be different. Do we have to consolidate? Are we going to have to close one of our schools because we don't have room, we don't have enough children anymore? So again, even in a state like New Hampshire, which is small in size, there's considerable variability in the age structure of the population. This is the working age population. Again, you can see the large concentrations of people in the working ages down here. And then in other parts of the state, a smaller proportion of the population is in the labor force age group. And again, here's the actual numbers. These are percentages. So this is giving you a feeling of the relative size. This is the absolute numbers. So you can see the concentration of working age population here, for example. This then is the older population. And again, you can see that proportionally, the population tends to be older in the northern part of the state than it does in the southern part of the state. But the vast majority of older adults are in the southern part of the state. So again, I just want you to see that there's more than one way to think about these data. The percentage distributions tell you one thing, where are seniors a large part of the population? But another question is, where are there a lot of seniors? And you can see that that's more likely to be in the southern part of the state, where more of the population is. In terms of racial and ethnic diversity, New Hampshire remains far less diverse than the rest of the country, but it's growing in diversity, just like the rest of the country. This is the racial diversity of the United States in each county. And the measure here is, if you ran into another random individual in this county, what are the chances that they're of the same race and ethnicity as you, or of a different race and ethnicity? In the oranges and reds are places where the chances that somebody you run into in the street is going to be different than you is higher. In the areas that are blues, especially the darker blues, are places where if you run into somebody on the street, they're likely to be the same race and ethnicity as you. So you can see the remarkable diversity within the United States, but you can also see how it varies from place to place. Here's a close-up of New England, just so you can see New England. And again, you can see the level of diversity in New England is far lower than in other parts of the state. I know this is no news to you, but I just wanted you to see it graphically. But even though that's the case, in New Hampshire, about 10% of the population, 10.2% of the population is minority. But here's the key thing I want you to see in this. Most of the growth in New Hampshire's population, 93% of the growth in the population of New Hampshire since 2010 has been of minority people. The minority population is growing more rapidly than the white population is. So even though it represents a very modest part of the state, it's a growing part of the state. And if you want to look at what parts of the population this is happening in, here's the white population. This is non-Hispanic whites who are not Hispanic. Here's the white population. And then here is the minority population. So you can see that the number of white children in New Hampshire declined quite dramatically since 2000. The number of minority children increased modestly, not enough to offset the loss of children who are white. In the working age or adult age groups, the minority population in absolute numbers grew more than the minority population. And then among seniors, almost all the growth of the older population in New Hampshire is of whites. So within the age structure, quite a bit of variability. One thing to remember about the age structure of New Hampshire, and this is true in every US state, the US population is becoming more diverse from youngest to oldest. The most diverse part of the population of the United States are the babies that were born last year. The least diverse part of the United States population are the oldest adults. And you can see that in New Hampshire. About 10% of the population of New Hampshire, 10.2%, is minority, but 15.7% of the child population is minority, and about 9% of the adult population. So you can see the diversity coming from the bottom up in New Hampshire's population, just like it is in every other US state. So the first institutions that have to deal with a growingly diverse population are the hospitals, where the babies are born, and then the school systems, which have to deal with an increasingly diverse population. Now, as you're well aware, diversity varies dramatically across New Hampshire. There are parts of New Hampshire which have very small minority populations. And I show you here the whole minority population of all ages, which again is 10.2% at the state average. And then this is the child population. And you can see even in places where the population is not very diverse, it's the child population that's the most diverse. If we focus in more, this is the Nashua to Concord corridor. You can see the diversity of the population is greater here. Hillsborough County has the most diverse population of any of the New Hampshire counties. And then you can see again, this is the whole population. This is the minority population. Again, you can see places in this corridor where there are fairly substantial minority populations, particularly of children. This is a close-up now of just Manchester, and you can see that there are considerable neighborhoods in New Hampshire, in Manchester, which have minority populations of children of 40 or more %. So even in a state which isn't very diverse, there are places where there are quite diverse populations in New Hampshire, and it's primarily children where the population is going to be the most diverse. Let me give you just one more example. This is the minority population in Manchester, and I picked out 3 census tracts, which are the small areas that the Census Bureau measures data for. And I wanted you to see the difference between this tract, just on the edge of Manchester, which is virtually all non-Hispanic white, and then this tract, which is strikingly diverse. This is of the whole population, not just children. Its child population is over 40% minority. So you can see, whether you're talking about the state as a whole, about the region, or about the individual town, there's dramatic variation in the amount of diversity in this state. And I think that's important for you to recognize as you address all the many policy issues that you have to deal with. So even in a state like New Hampshire, which is not particularly diverse, there are remarkable pockets of diversity within the state. And it's not just on race. This is income and education. This is all of New England, just so you could see how New Hampshire compares to other places. You can see it has a relatively high median income compared to the rest of New England, and also, particularly in the southern part of the state, a particularly well-educated population. Here's a close-up of the census tracts in New Hampshire. And so you can see the diversity. About 37% of the population, adult population over the age of 25 in New Hampshire, have college degrees or more. But you can see it varies a lot in parts of the state. The median family income in New Hampshire is about $95,000, but you can see the variation in median family income as well. This is, again, I'm just trying to emphasize to you, and I know you really know this, but I thought you might like to see it empirically, that there's a considerable amount of variation in this state on a lot of different dimensions. Another one is poverty. New Hampshire is blessed by having one of the lowest, often the lowest poverty rate of any US state, but that doesn't mean that there aren't parts of New Hampshire where there's significant amounts of poverty. Here we look at the state as a whole, at the census tracts in the state, and then another close-up of Manchester, so you could see it in the Manchester area where there's more poverty than in many other parts of the state. This is children again. Poverty tends to be higher among children, although fortunately New Hampshire's child poverty rate again is one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in the United States. But that doesn't mean there aren't places where there are poor children in New Hampshire. And you can see that both at the state level and then in the Manchester area. And finally, this is poverty among older adults. Older adults tend to have lower poverty rates than other groups. And you can see that's true in New Hampshire. But again, there are places where there are poor older adults in the state. So again, I just want you to see how remarkably diverse on many dimensions the state of New Hampshire is. Why do people move to New Hampshire and why do they stay in New Hampshire? This is based on some of my most recent research with one of my graduate students. And we asked a substantial sample of people from New England or from New Hampshire why they chose to move to New Hampshire if they'd moved recently, or why they like to stay in the state if they've lived here for a long time. And again, I mentioned to you before, and I emphasize to you again, how important migration is to New Hampshire. Again, these are some of the most recent data. Here's natural increase. Again, the state has more deaths than births, so it's not growing from that. Here's migration into the state, both immigration and domestic migration. When we asked people, why do they move to New Hampshire? Or why do they live in New Hampshire? Here's what we found. The single largest reason, both for the blue people who are recent migrants to the state, who've come to New Hampshire in the last 10 years, and for people who've lived in New Hampshire for 10 years and more, the most important reason for staying in New Hampshire or moving to New Hampshire is family. That carries great weight with both of these groups. The natural environment, the beauty, the amenities, the lakes and the mountains, the clean air of New Hampshire is the second most important factor for long-term residents of the state, and also important to recent migrants to the state. Quality of life, which is about neighborhoods and relationships and the little towns that they live in or the interaction that they're involved with, are other measures that are very important, both to established residents and to recent migrants. They do differ, as you would expect, on employment. Employment is a much more important factor to recent migrants than it is to people who've lived in the state for a long time. And again, when you think about it, one of the reasons people would come to New Hampshire would be for a new job or for other kinds of activities. Taxes, which I know is a big issue in New Hampshire, are mentioned by some people, but they're not nearly as important as things like family are. Lifestyle and culture, the kind of rural feel of New Hampshire, the close relationships is another, and then people answered about the general economy too. So when you're thinking about what attracts people to New Hampshire or what keeps people in New Hampshire, these are important factors. And we looked at this both for people under 50 and older 50, and you can see the patterns are quite similar. It's family that's important. Employment is more important, especially to younger people, which again is what we would expect. These are recent migrants to the state. These are people who've lived here for a long time. Same thing, these are people moving to or staying in New Hampshire with college degrees or not college degrees. You can see the differential importance of factors. Now, again, if anybody's interested in this in more detail, we wrote a research piece on this that is on the Carsey website. And if anybody wants it, you're certainly welcome to go to the Carsey website and download it, or you can send me a note and I'll be happy to send it to you. So I don't have time to talk about them in detail today. I just want you to see. So migration, as I've said, is important to New Hampshire's future. When you think about what's important for New Hampshire and for making New Hampshire a good place to live, bear in mind, there's a lot of focus on attracting people to New Hampshire, and I think that's certainly relevant. But the other thing I would point out to you is it's important to retain the population that New Hampshire has. And so when you think about the kinds of policies and factors that you might be able to impact in your work, recognize that retaining population is important, just like attracting migrants. Sometimes so much focus is on attraction that you don't think as much about, I'm not saying you, I'm saying demographers too, don't think about the people who stay. They only think about the people who leave and the people who come. And you could see again how important family, and again, when you think about family, think about things like good quality K-12 education, access to playgrounds and things like that, preserving the natural environment, which is also important to a lot of people, and the quality of life factors that we might be able to contribute to. And then, of course, employment opportunities are important as well. So just to close, because I know I'm running out of time, just some key points. Population growth in New Hampshire slowed compared to what it used to be in the 80s and 90s, but it's picked up in the last few years. And it may well be, I think probably this is the result of the recession's impact finally beginning to diminish. Only the economists think that the recession ended in 2010. Certainly demographers don't. There are now fewer births than deaths in New Hampshire, and COVID is going to exacerbate that. So migration is going to become even more important. As I showed you, demographic change is uneven across the state. Some areas are growing, some aren't. New Hampshire's population is aging, and diversity is growing from the youngest to the oldest in the state of New Hampshire. So I think I'll stop there. I've got a couple other slides, but I think I'll stop there so that there's time for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Again, you had an excellent presentation. The first person with questions is Representative Ames.
Thank you. And just to echo at the beginning, Representative Major's comment, that was truly an excellent presentation. So thank you for that. So I really had two-pronged question. One is about the data, and particularly the data on poverty and median family income or household income, whatever you're using, and your sources for that, and how good it is, how much we can rely on it. For example, in school funding formulas or other ways we have of distributing state aid. Do we have good enough data that identify population by income level? And then the other, I guess, quite different question, but I'll put it in so you can just respond, is the schools, the K-12 educational system that we have and its strengths and weaknesses from community to community varies a great deal, as you know. And whether you have information on the degree to which people considering coming to New Hampshire or considering leaving New Hampshire are stirred to move in one direction or the other by the quality of the local school.
So first, with reference to the information on income and poverty, this comes from the Census Bureau's American Community Survey, which is an ongoing survey done by the Census Bureau of about 4 million households a year, and it keeps rolling all the time. And so the data is as good as we have. Does it give us a good idea of what's going on at the state level? Certainly. At the county level, yes. When you get down to these individual tracts or smaller places, this is sample data, so there are errors. I mean, there is a sampling error around any one of those measures. The data I presented to you and that I use is 5 years of data, so I don't rely on single year data, even though it exists. Does it have the, I mean, if it said that Manchester's median income was $87,255, would I be confident that that's exactly what it is? No. Would I be confident that it's between $95,000 and $80,000 and that that's one of the, yes, I would be confident of that. Would I be confident that the places that the Census Bureau says have higher incomes really do have higher incomes, and the places that the Census Bureau has low incomes really do have lower incomes? Yes. I would not, I would be hesitant to use a formula that relied on the absolute number. Okay. So again, those are some of those data used to be asked in the decennial census, the one that's done every 10 years. The Census Bureau does not ask those questions in the decennial census anymore. So the data do not have as large a representation as they would in the census, when it would have been asked like 18% of the households rather than about 4%. But it's continuous, whereas the decennial census data would only be asked once every 10 years. So there are trade-offs involved, but it's the best data that's available, is what it boils down to. Your other question, I don't have data on migration decision-making at that small level of geography as a school district, or our data was, I mean, we had a sample of around 4,000 from the whole state, which is a substantial sample, but would not allow us to make comments about what's happening at individual town levels, for example. One thing about this survey that's different than ones that are usually used is we actually ask the people for the top 3 reasons why they chose to live in New Hampshire or come to New Hampshire. They told us in their own words. This wasn't a check the little box next to education or income. And then we had to translate all of those, I think it was 8,000 responses, into categories so that we could show the summary data. But my point is that we let them answer in their own words. And education was certainly something that was mentioned by some people. So again, we're pretty pleased with the data. This is for one set. We did it for 2 different periods, one during the Great Recession, one after. The patterns are almost identical between the 2. And again, if you want more detail, I'd be happy to send you the to send you the study we did, and you can read it for yourself.
Thank you so much.
Representative Bromney.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Good presentation. The first slide that you showed the net outflow and net inflow for all the New England states. And Connecticut was not doing very well the last 4 years. That kind of correlates with 3 new people that moved into my town that I talked to when I was campaigning this year, who said they escaped Connecticut. And their main reasons was what tax policies in Connecticut are out of control. And we know from Ways and Means, when we talk about casinos, for instance, that casino revenues were off and the state of Connecticut was looking for other places to go. And obviously they've been increasing taxes and other things. And they characterize Connecticut as in a death spiral because large corporations are moving out. They just can't take it anymore. And one of my constituents had a business of 500 people that he and his son were in a business. They moved to Texas, and he moved and retired up here. So I guess what I'm getting at is that it seems like there's a correlation, even though what you showed in the last slide didn't indicate it, but it seems like there's a correlation between tax policy and migration in and out of a state. Maybe this is more of a comment, I guess, but it would seem be interesting if we want to focus on a state to look at, maybe Connecticut. Maybe there's an example there of a state that's policies are counter to increasing flow into the state, just from my anecdotal conversations that I've had.
Well, I appreciate that. We certainly got some comments in the survey about people moving to New Hampshire because of taxes. I have not done in-depth research on this, so I really can't address the issue of the relationship between tax policy and migration. I would say to you that one of the things we learned from that survey and from other research we've done is people don't move for a single reason. There's usually multiple reasons that underlie people's decision either to move or to stay in a given place. So.
Thank you.
Representative Janigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good presentation, Dr. Johnson. My question centers around the fact that the birth rate in New Hampshire is so low. How does that compare with other states? I don't know if you mentioned that or I missed it, but are we much lower than other states? Is there a concern that New Hampshire, for some reason, has a very low birth rate?
So there are at least 3 factors that go into the birth rate. One is the number of women of childbearing age. So that affects how many births there are and indirectly affects the birth rate depending on how it's measured. But so New Hampshire has a relatively small proportion of women of childbearing age because its population is older. The birth rates in New Hampshire are relatively low compared to other states, but not dramatically lower than in other states. New Hampshire's population, as I showed you, is largely non-Hispanic white, although that is changing. The non-Hispanic white population generally tends to have lower birth rates than other age groups, although that's less true in New Hampshire because the largest minority group in New Hampshire is Hispanics, but they don't tend to be immigrants that have come directly from Mexico or other places. The next largest immigrant group in New Hampshire are Asians. Asian fertility rates, especially among well-educated Asians, tend to be lower than they do among even non-Hispanic whites. So it's partially the mix of the population in New Hampshire, the racial and ethnic mix, that is a factor as well. And then the birth rates are affected by lots of other kinds of factors, like we expect COVID is going to have a big effect. And as I said to you, demographers are mostly expecting the birth rates to go down, just like the guy who just mentioned anecdotal trends. I've had 3 people in the last day tell me that they're going to have a child in the next 6 or 8 months. So I hope, I'm happy for them, but I suspect that's not going to be the generalized trend. So anyway, I mean, that's just an aside. If you want to know more about fertility, I have a whole class on it that I'm going to teach in a couple of weeks. You're certainly invited to come and talk to us. I'm not being facetious. Yes, New Hampshire does tend to have a relatively low birth rate. It has a relatively small proportion of its population of childbearing age, and its racial and ethnic mix would also tend to cause the birth rate to be lower in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Johnson, when do you anticipate having the 2020 census information and the result of the pandemic that you can roll into your presentation?
Right. So the Census Bureau generally would have released the first of the census data, the reapportionment file, by December 31st of 2020. So it should have already been released. But because of the pandemic, everything in the census has been slowed down. The expectation is that that first number, which will only tell you the state's population and the number of people over the age of 18, is supposed to now be released probably in late March, probably in March is the current expectation. The more detailed data about what's going on in different parts of New Hampshire and among different age groups in New Hampshire, those data will be released over time, over the next year. And so probably if you invite me back to talk to you again in a year, we'll be able to incorporate a lot of the 2020 census data into that conversation.
We probably will be doing that.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. And again, we thank you, Dr. Johnson. That was great.
Norm?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro was trying to get your attention before.
Oh.
He didn't have his hand. He was raising his hand, not pushing the button to raise hand.
Okay, Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Norm. Mr. Johnson, really appreciate your presentation. A few years ago, I was working doing a job for the university, and I did a study that resembles some of the work that you did, obviously. But my question is, the southern tier of New Hampshire. What I found in my study was it really had a Massachusetts orientation. That they lived in New Hampshire, but from a social standpoint, they did their social activities in Massachusetts, and many of them worked in Massachusetts but lived in New Hampshire, and that's what drove that income up so high. Is that still the case?
It is a case that a substantial portion of the population that lives in the southern part of New Hampshire does commute to work in Massachusetts. In fact, Rockingham and Stratford counties are actually considered to be part of the Boston metropolitan area. So, and that decision on how to classify those counties depends significantly on commuting data. And so that reflects the kind of thing that you're seeing in the research you did as well.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? I don't see any hands raised. All right. Again, we want to thank you, Dr. Johnson, and thank all the participants for participating today. Tomorrow, we start again at 9 o'clock, and we're going to have Jeffrey Schultz, the CFA director, who's going to discuss the regional and national economy. 10 o'clock, Bill Slutton from a senior policy analyst, New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, discuss state economic conditions and economic forecasts. 11 o'clock, Dave Gervais from the New Hampshire Business and Industry Association, discussing current business challenges and prediction for the year to come. And he'll have with him representatives from small and large businesses. And then at 1 o'clock, Ben Frost, Managing Director of New Hampshire Housing Financial Authority, discussed the state's housing market and housing challenges. And then at 1:30, Patricia Tilley, Deputy Director, Division of Public Health Services, Department of Health and Human Services, discussing pandemic conditions in the state and status of the vaccine distribution. So until then, we'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you. No, thank you so much for all of your hard work in putting this together. I think it's terrific. And Representative Ames, I admire your questioning. You're one of my favorites. No question in my mind. You're a top man. Thank you.
Representative Major,
Yes.
you do know that there's an inauguration starting at noon tomorrow.
Okay.
Only going through the morning.
So, are you going to be missing?
I think I will have to be missing.